Felix Wono, Vice President, Batwaye Development Association. You're welcome, sir.
Pleasure to have you. Please a round of applause for them.
Would also love to recognize up here Ilea. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you, madam.
Would also love to recognize the presence of Prince Hussein Itel Tanyishi. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for them, please. Thank you. Would also love to recognize the presence of Prince Hassan Itel Tanyishi, MD, CEO, Itel Consult. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
We will be back shortly to proceed with the event.
Thank you.
For about 23% of Nigeria's GDP nation as a result of the continuous increase in population, as the Nigerian population has been forecasted to reach over 370 million people by 2050.
Shield African Sustainability and Climate Action. Our AgriShield program is an offshoot of the organization's initiative designed to tackle SDG 1 and 2. It focuses on fostering sustainable food security and eradicating poverty. This initiative empowers farmers and envisions Nigeria as a self-sustaining hub for food security, contributing significantly to global nutritional needs. It is on this premise that we commenced the rice farming project in Oju, an agrarian community in Benue.
Assistance to maximize their farmlands, improve the quality and quantity of yield, but also to encourage many to get back on their feet and back to the farms.
Enyamari Chief Oba Manuel Obo Mkukwole dana nangari Chief Oba Manuel Obo Mkukwole dana nanga ya maura baware wepejole kome panye fejole mbienumi anauraba awura yeji amle omimle enume yajura hura oloda kapara yeji amle omimle enume yajura hura oloda kamanya ma mepejole ho aika yerika yajura le ho ohehe u domo oniro tairi tiri jajo lo ho kaika lakaka baloka yango laika julo egwo pa ho kaka awon laika ho jo papolo he amegere aika weru iju Eweru itakum, eweru igbi ewihia. Elumelume yanya rule kaika hono papelo he. Owagod leni wala lakama.
Since Abiros Eme, I am in our group is we farm rice, we farm groundnuts, we farm beneseed, and we farm cassava. And now that you people have come to bring us out of the poverty of farm, because previously when we farm, we don't have fertilizer to apply to them, making our farm produce to reduce. But now that you people have come to alleviate that issue, we thank God for your association. And we pray that God will continue to enlighten you people to give you more, so that you bring other communities out as you people have come to alleviate our community.
I am Ogo Abi Johnson, the chairman of Anubu Multipurpose Cooperative Society, and we produce rice, yam, and cassava. The cost of a bag of fertilizer here in the town is too high, and sometimes after farming and you need to apply fertilizer and you don't have the cash to buy, the crops will not do as good as they're supposed to be because of lack of fertilizer. And this good organization was bags of fertilizer free of charge. We are grateful.
At the conclusion of the 2023 rice season farming, we were delighted to see many farmers rejoice over their harvest and how the project positively impacted their homes and standards of living. Hi there. As you may already know, Shield Africa is looking to support the next generation of agripreneurs through the Young Agripreneur of the Year Awards. So far, we have received hundreds of applications and really want to thank all young African agripreneurs that have applied for this. Now, with just a very short time to the deadline, we are graciously extending the call for applications by 5 extra days to accommodate more entries. Therefore, the new deadline is moved from 30th October to 4th November 2024. Please maximize this additional window of opportunity. Myself, together with a panel of judges who are seasoned Yoruba business experts such as Lamide Dauda, Founder CTO Impact Point, Tajuddin Yahaya, CEO Extension Africa, Oshone Anawe, Vice President Operations Thrive Agri, and Simon Edebo, Agri-Food Systems Expert, FMN Group. We're all very excited to review the hundreds of applications and look forward to announcing the Young Agripreneur of the Year awardees at the Shield Africa 2024 Summit in Abuja at the Nigerian
I sat down, I cried inside my room. I said, why did I even come to this world?
I didn't know my little daughter was observing every night when he will be beating me.
Domestic violence is violence, and violence is a crime.
It's not a state. They get here, I'm torn. That was when he blew me so that I can go out of his way. He blew me here.
welcome, welcome. Please, could we clap for our guests, our special guests coming in, representatives of His Royal Majesty, Hammon Dr. Daniel Ismaila Shaga, CON Hama Bachama, the 29th. Welcome, sirs. Welcome. Please, could we clap for them? Thank you so much.
You understand? And I don't have capital. You understand? So these are the things. So by the time I am not using my glasses, it will affect me badly because work might come, I may not see it. As I'm talking, if I will be doing, listen, except this one. I will pick this one, screenshot, zoom, and if it is my email, I will zoom. So I need my glasses. And I have contacted the woman for my glasses. She didn't want to.
I saw the sign. I remember he celebrated his birthday, so he got back home very drunk. I now queried him, why are you drunk? Why did you do this? And the next thing I had was pam, boom, on my face. He hit me, and I was like, why? Later, I had to leave the house. The following day, he came begging, and we made up and we continued. In 2015, so I had to go and look for work because most of the times, if we have misunderstanding, he will starve me. He will not give me food. I wouldn't eat for like 2 days. I had to go and beg neighbors, or I had to call my siblings to send me money before I could eat. So I became saturated with that experience. I now told him that I want to work. He said no. I now insisted that I want to work. He now said, okay, that if I'm going, I'm on my own. So I started work. So one of the days he came, he asked me, I don't know what came over him. He now said I shouldn't go to work. And I told him that, look, today I will go to work. And whatever it is, I must work because you don't give me money. When I need money, you don't give me. What if I have an emergency? So I started working. He now said he's talking, I'm talking, all that. So he raised his hand as usual. He started beating me. And that was the first time after 8 years of being abused. I raised my hand back. I started fighting him. At that point, I made up my mind that whatever it is, I was going back to my parents.
The family, we all know, is the fulcrum of society. It's the unit of society. So, what role does the family play? First of all, in raising that child, in raising the girl child to become a confident woman that can speak up. The girl should be given confidence. She should have a voice. She should be heard. She should be made to believe in herself and to stand up for herself. And then when a girl complains, when a woman complains about violence, be it domestic violence, in the workplace, in her marriage, the family should look into it. The family should find out what happened. And then don't look at it from the place of bringing shame. because that's what makes most families want to keep it undercover. Don't say this out. It's not good to come from a broken home. Just stay in your marriage and maintain the peace. But the truth of the matter is that she needs a life. So when she has complained, give her all the love and support and look into what the situation is. Should she continue working there? Should she continue staying in that marriage? She should have that love and confidence from home to know that it's okay not to be abused. It's okay to speak up. And it's not a stigma to leave a situation where you are being abused, be it marriage or workplace or a relationship. The woman should not be abused.
I was very fortunate. I had family to run to, but I didn't run initially because I was afraid of what would become of my status. What will people say? You're a single mom, you left your marriage, blah, 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 blah. A lot of stereotypes, a lot of discrimination against single mothers in our society. And that was one of the things that kept me in that abusive relationship.
The family should own up. The family should know it's okay for her daughter to be home when she's being abused. She shouldn't stay in the marriage and maybe die, and then everybody starts regretting. Another thing the family usually does is say, because of the children. The children should not also be seen, should not also be raised to see their mother being abused or accept abuse. It also affects the mental health of the children.
I wasn't talking, but I didn't know my little daughter was observing every night when he'll be beating me. So one day we traveled home to visit my parents. So the little girl now told my mom, that grandmom, that every night my daddy beats my mom. So my mom called me and said, what's happening? I said, nothing, everything, it is well, that we're all good. She now said, no, that your daughter just told me something. And now say, mommy, children can talk. She now say, no, that if you like, keep you, don't open up. And now say, I couldn't scold my daughter because I know the little girl was saying the truth, and I was pained that she observed what was happening.
When a man abuses a woman in front, away with it. The boy watching it feels it's okay for a woman to be abused. The girl watching it feels it's okay for a woman to be abused. Some women never come out to say they are going through stuff, be it emotional or physical abuse, which most time results in violence. And then she keeps it to herself because she doesn't want to be seen as the one who would bring the stigma home. It's not a stigma. It's not okay for someone to abuse someone. It's not okay for someone to be violent towards someone. So the family should also raise their boys not to be violent, raise their boys to respect women, and to have that self-respect to handle conflicts differently and not resort to violence.
Ignorance, poor implementation, and lack of enforcement are basically the reasons why a victim of domestic violence will be turned back by a law enforcement agent or agencies.
Being opportune to go to police station, and the way they talk to women at the police station, waiting be that your husband they beat you now the first time, all that. So I now look at it and say, who do I tell? I never had any legal representation, but the thought of going to report at the police station, I know they'll tell me it's a family issue, go and settle it. And the only person I know who happens to be a legal personality, I try explaining to him. I'll say, this is what I'm facing. He'll say, calm down, that he will change. Calm down, he will change.
Amongst many other existing laws on domestic violence, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015 in Section 28 provides the scope and remedies available to a victim of domestic violence, and in Section 38 of the same act, it provides that victims of violence are entitled to material, medical, psychological, and legal assistance from governmental agencies providing such services, for example, the police. It suffices to say that the creation of awareness and sensitization of law enforcement agents and the general public is necessary to ensure that victims know exactly how to go about enforcing their rights, and the law enforcement agents are well placed to intervene and bring justice.
Do you know if I go to that village to go and buy something, if he sees me, he will be monitoring to know where I live. He has asked 1 or 2 persons, do they know where I live? I went to police to tell them that this guy is tracing me. The same IPO did not take any action. I said, I need the DCO. I said, change the IPO. He said, Madam, women, people are troublesome. I know they like to handle women matter. So you see, it's everything women. So I don't know. I am tired. And did I ask for too much?
Her initiative, a project which, amongst other things, prioritizes the sensitization of both the victim and the necessary authorities in ensuring that justice is done, will be done, and is in fact seen to be done. Say no to violence against women.
Say no to violence against women.
Every day, we make multiple choices about various important and unimportant things. What to eat, how cold or how hot we want our drinks, what outfit to wear, or even where we wish to go. But for this group of people, autonomy and the privilege of the most basic choices have been violently stripped away. They are incarcerated by extreme hunger. Following a series of high-casualty insecurity attacks in the interior and exterior regions of Benue State, Nigeria, marked by bloodshed and tears, many small-scale farmers have been driven from their homes and farmlands. They are now homeless and internally displaced persons. The Ichwa Tayande IDP camp is located in Makurdi, Benue State, housing over 14,000 internally displaced persons in 13 districts. Having been reduced to makeshift tents, patched together by old cloth, nylon, and discarded cement bags, a people who once had sustenance, hopes, and dreams have been exposed to extreme hunger and are now at the mercy of others for survival. Basic sanitary and health facilities in the IDP camp has been stretched beyond their limits due to the bursting population. It is on this background that Shield Africa Sustainability and Development Initiative, under its Shield Support Network program, intervened via the donation of relief materials, extending the victory over extreme hunger for yet another period of time. This intervention goes beyond putting food on the table. It is the rekindling of the ability of the internally displaced individual to think beyond the confines of their daily bread. Seeing the eyes of the recipients light up with laughter from young to old is greatly encouraging. The provision of food items restores life and expands mind to the possibilities of life outside the IDP camp.
Thank you so much.
Humanitarianism is not something that ought to be treated as an option.
Media, please. Thank you so much.
To be added.
Thank you for your patience. So we'd love to, media, please, could you cue the national anthem? Thank you. So we'd love to be recognizing the presence of Idea Television. Welcome. We're going to be starting the program in 10 minutes. We sincerely appreciate your patience and coming early to the event. So the VIPs and the dignitaries will be coming in shortly, and shortly after they do, we'll be standing up to sing the national anthem. Thank you. We'd love to recognize the presence of Mr. Olamide Dauda, Founder, Chief Technical Officer, Impact Point Consultancy Limited. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Please, could you give him a round of applause? Thank you. We need to clap because I have a lot of stories for you people today. And if you don't clap, I would not share it with you. So please, could you give him a round of applause? Thank you. I thought as much. We'd also be recognizing the presence of Honorable Idris Ajimobi, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development. You're welcome, sir. Round of applause, please. We'd also love to recognize the presence of Mr. Abiola Fadori, Chief Operating Officer, Impact Point Consultancy Limited. Please, could you give him a round of applause? Specially recognizing also Dr. Matthew Ahmed, Co-Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Niger State. Around nice, my beautiful participants in today's summit. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. In today's summit. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. I know you're anticipating. I am too. And it's actually going to be a wonderful surprise. Trust me on that. So while we start shortly, just get your mind ready for the loads. Just get your mind ready for the loads of educative things we're going to be learning today and partnerships that are going to be taking place today. Welcome to Shield Africa 2024 today. Welcome to Shield Africa 2024. A round of applause for yourselves again. Applause for yourselves again. Please.
The national anthem for a minute. Thank you. Thank you. So we can go.
The national anthem, please. Thank you. We can be seated, please. Especially recognize our guests who have come from far, wide, and near to celebrate with Shield Africa 2024. We'd love to recognize the presence of His Excellency, Barrister Dr. Sam Ode, MNI, Deputy Governor, Benue State, ably represented by the beautiful DG, Entrepreneurship and Wealth Creation, Benue State Government, Ms. Benita Shulua. You're welcome, ma. We'd also be recognizing the presence of Her Excellency, Kale Tapwa G. Farota. Apologies if I mispronounce your names. Deputy Governor, Adamawa State, ably represented by Adeswa Ogli, Dr. Adeswa Ogli, representing Her Excellency, Professor Kale Tapwa Farota, Governor of Adamawa State. Please, can we give a round of applause? We'd also be recognizing the presence of Her Excellency, Ambassador Fielder Karing, High Commissioner, Botswana to Nigeria. You're welcome, ma. We'd also love to recognize the presence of Honorable Idris Ajimobi, SSA to the President of Livestock Development. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Honorable. It's a pleasure to have you with us. He's the SSA to the President on livestock development. Thank you for the great work you're doing to ensure that there is peace between both communities and that we are sufficient in milk and livestock production. It is a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. We're also going to be recognizing the presence of Musa Bawa Bozo, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Niger State.
He's ably represented by Dr. Ahmed, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Niger State. Shall we welcome Dr. Matthew, the PERMSEC, Matthew Ahmed? Is it good to have you with us? Thank you very much, sir. And we would like to take this one. We recognized him before. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause. He put us to shame today. His entourage, earlier was about 9:30 or thereabouts. They were here 9:30 and they've been seated. They distinguished themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, with a sounding round of ovation, shall we welcome His Royal Majesty, Haman Dr. Daniel Ismail Shaga, CON, Hama Bachama the 29th. Royal blessings from His Royal Majesty.
You're welcome, Your Majesty. Okay. We'd especially like to recognize Her Excellency Ambassador Noye B. Durages, MFR, former High Commissioner of Nigeria to Singapore. You're welcome, Ma. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. One of these days, I'm coming to meet you to get a visa to get to Singapore.
That's right.
All right. We'd also like to recognize the president. I'm not sure if he's here yet. Former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Edward Adamu. Okay, he's not here. Okay. All right. He'll be here later. All right. So we'll also like to. So you take the next one, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reward. Yeah. We'd also love to recognize His Royal Highness Abomte Ayua Dano Te Toyoshin and Chairman, West Local Government Council, NACA, Benue State. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Asasuyi Dirisu, Executive Director, Policy Innovation Center, Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Thank you very much, Madam. It's good to have you with us. When you see the economics, there's a way they look. People who have, they are thinking at another level. They also look at another level. It's good to have you with us this morning. Thank you very much, Madam. Please go ahead.
Yes. Would also love to recognize this very one. Would also lean behind this child, Shield Africa, in the person of the President, Shield Africa Sustainability and Development Initiative, Mrs. Osenega Michael Oropo. You're welcome, Ma. We can do better.
The round of applause sounds like you are jealous. Can we give her a proper round of applause, please? Thank you very much indeed. I always appreciate the work Shield Africa does because a lot of money and time and effort goes into entertainment and music and movies. And every entertainer must eat. And every film actor, they must eat and they must be able to plan. And so this work of sustainable development, especially in the agricultural sector, is amazing. It is wonderful. And if we had, invested more in sustainable development in Nigeria, by this time, the price of food that is touching all our pockets will be a bit different. So please, once again, a round of applause for the founder.
Welcome to Shield Africa 2024. Our lovely guest here present, please could you give yourself a round of applause? Thank you so much. So I have something to say. In the early stages of pregnancy, it is hidden. It is there, but it is hidden. The child is developing, but very few people know about it. But it doesn't mean that there is no development taking place. As Shield Africa, this has been our story. Developing strongly, but birthing for the public to see now. Our vision.
Good morning. Think about the doom that could befall our beloved continent if summits like this are not held as a matter of urgency and strategic decisions and partnerships made to tackle the issues of hunger, unemployment, and poverty through agriculture, and how there seems to be a huge cloud of unawareness and negligence from the teeming population of young people. It appears to me that there's indeed fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be on the run. As we look around, We witness millions struggling daily for a mere meal, prices of basic food items spiraling beyond reach, and a concerning trend, the youth of today increasingly turn away from agriculture. They chase urban dreams while our fields remain untended. As we speak, a lot of things are happening. Hunger afflicts over 250 million people in sub-Saharan Africa. Population growth threatens to exceed agricultural production if we continue along this path. With Africa's population projected to double by 2050, yet we remain the most arable continent on the earth, with over 60% of the world's most arable land. Nigeria alone boasts of about 34 million hectares of arable land. Much of it is lying dormant. The implication is alarming. The question is of the older generation of farmers. While they retire also, what happens? In the next 10, 20 years, we're going to see an interesting thing happen in our continent. The current population of farmers, or the average age range of farmers, is 60, while the average age of the African is 19. Now we see the huge gaps. So that means if this population of farmers pass away in 10 or 20 years' time, what happens to us? Nigeria will face a major food crisis. Not only will it be left with vast unused arable lands, but food crisis. Food prices also will likely soar as a result of increased dependency on imports. This imbalance, an aging farming population, and what else? A disengaged youth puts Nigeria on a dangerous trajectory where hunger and inflation will worsen without immediate intervention to attract young people to agriculture. Let me share something else with you. Zimbabwe, a country with a very rich history of natural resources, has faced severe food insecurity due to drought, inflation, and agricultural decline. The hunger crisis has become so severe that some communities have resorted to killing elephants as a source of food. A desperate measure with troubling ecological consequences. This is also happening in Zambia. These elephants, once symbols of national pride and a key to tourism, are now targets for communities struggling to survive. Now tell me, my dear people, what will that thing even taste like? If I had to give you elephant meat, what would it taste like? How would people consider killing such an animal for food? And while we may try to understand the situation, how well will meat without real food satisfy the hunger of a full-grown man, woman, and children, let alone a community? Let me share one more thought with you. Recently, I read about how in South Sudan, years of conflict have compounded by an economic crisis, leading to rampant inflation and hunger that is devastating communities. Inflation has driven the price of essential food so high that people cannot afford basic items. For example, a bag of sorghum, a staple, can cost more than the monthly income of many households. As inflation remains in double-digit figures, hunger has spiraled, with nearly half the population now classified as food insecure. As I am speaking right now, many of you are possibly reacting in your mind already, saying, Haba, is it only South Sudan? Some of us know about some people who have had the same story, even here in Nigeria. Even as we speak, many people in the country, in Nigeria right now, are living only by the mercy of God. It's only that they are not aware of it. So the real question is, how long shall we fold our hands and watch all these things happen before our eyes, even when we have the largest arable land on earth as a continent? My dear listeners, are we cursed or are we the curse? although I know and expect to hear some of these case studies from our different speakers today, but permit me to, in the course of our interactions, share how some countries have changed their fortune through agriculture and how possible it is for Africa to do the same, if only we are willing. First of all, the success story of Vietnam, agricultural reforms and poverty reduction. Vietnam transitioned from a war-torn country in the 1970s to a nation with flourishing agricultural economy, thanks to reforms in land rights and agricultural production in the 1980s. Vietnam has about 33 million hectares of land, with 10 million hectares of arable land and a population of approximately 97 million, according to World Bank data. By shifting from collective farming to a household-based approach, Vietnam achieved dramatic agricultural productivity growth. It became one of the world's leading rice exporters and diversified into coffee, rubber, and seafood. In 1993, nearly 60% of the population was under poverty line. But by 2020, that number has dropped to less than 5%, according to Vietnam General Statistics. China, agricultural modernization and rural poverty reduction. Since implementation market reforms in the late 1970s, China has lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, with agriculture being a crucial factor in this transformation. China has around 9.6 million square kilometers, but only 120 million hectares are arable, supporting a population of over 1.4 billion people, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. From 1981 to 2019, China reduced the poverty rate from 83% to under 1%. This is according to World Bank data. And finally, let's talk about Brazil. Agricultural export growth and social development programs. Brazil leveraged its vast agricultural land to become a top global exporter of soybeans, beef, sugar, and ethanol, which has bolstered its economy. Brazil spans 851 million hectares with 65 million hectares of arable land and has a population of about 213 million people, according to IBGE statistics. The Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation spearheaded innovations in tropical agriculture, enabling Brazilian farmers to achieve high productivity. My dear listeners, if it can happen in all these places, it can happen here. And this is our calling. This, what we are gathered here for today, to find ways to harness Africa's vast resources, from Nigeria to Kenya, Ethiopia to South Africa, to transform our fields and our approach, prioritizing sustainable agricultural practices, empowering our youth and women, and unleashing the true power of African agriculture. Imagine a different Africa, a prosperous Africa, where every young man and woman is given the tools to become an agripreneur, transforming lands into sources of wealth, opportunity, and pride. Imagine a continent where agriculture is a respected, thriving industry, one that drives our economy, feeds our people, and secures our future. This vision is not a fantasy, but an achievable reality. And in our lifetime, it will happen. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together again for that very precise presentation? Some of the very key points that she brought up that really touched me. He said hunger affects over 250 million people in Africa daily. That means 250 people, there's a market of 250 people who need to buy what they will eat daily. So it's an incredible economic market that is available to us. She also mentioned that she was talking about the fact that as Africa, we seem to be too short-sighted. We don't form communities and that can solve the problem, which is why I'm very glad today we have His Royal Majesty Majesty and His Royal Highness here, and together that can remind us of the need of African communities. We can solve our problems. I'm reminded of a story, I think it was in Niger State, a traditional practice when you wanted to get married, you would go farm for the girl's family. And so the farm would be too big for the individual man to be able to farm in time to be able to meet up and get married. So he will have to get other young men in the community who are also planning to get married. And so together they will farm in time and they will get married. And when is the next person's turn? So what we cannot solve individually, we can solve collectively. Please put your hands together once again for that very wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, while the presentation was going on, we had a very eminent guest come in. I'd like to recognize His Royal Highness, Abomte Ayua Daniel, Te Tioshing, and Chairman Gwe West Local Government Council, Naka, Benue State. Shall we welcome him with a resounding round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. It's good to have you with us. Because of time, we're going to be skipping a lot of protocol. Please forgive us and going straight to some of the agendas. We'll be going to our first keynote address for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, also, shall we welcome the representative of His Excellency, Barrister Dr. Sam Ode, MNI, Deputy Governor, Benue State, ably represented by the Director General, Entrepreneurship and Wealth Creation, Benue State, Miss Benita Shulua. Shall we welcome her with a resounding round of applause as she comes to give
Good morning, Your Royal Highness. Good morning, Your Royal Highness. Dignitaries, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you with a profound sense of purpose and commitment as we gather here at the Share Africa's first summit to explore transformative solutions to the pressing issues of food insecurity, poverty, and the need for sustainable development across our continent. The theme of this summit, Advancing Sustainable Development, Integrative Solutions for Food Insecurity and Poverty through Youth and Women Empowerment, could not be more timely or critical, and I am deeply honored to speak on your behalf, or to speak on behalf of this topic, the transforming rural economies through agricultural innovation, infrastructure, and development. I would like to be practical with us because we're doing currently a lot of things in our state and in rural areas. And according to the letter I received, I am permitted to share practical insights with you. We live in an era of immense potential and a time when we possess the tools, resources, and knowledge to rewrite the history of our rural communities. With this potential comes responsibility, a responsibility to drive real change, to uplift lives, and to unlock the vast wealth lying dormant in our rural economies. By this change, we must proceed with the will and passion to make it happen. In Benue State, we have made strides in driving economic transformation, and our experiences provide a blueprint for the power of investment in rural infrastructure to boost agriculture and uplift communities. Rural infrastructure is the backbone of any successful agricultural sector, and our focus has been on building a strong foundation through roads and electrification projects across our rural communities, and we are making real progress. In practical terms, this infrastructure brings our farmers closer to markets and reduces reliance on costly intermediaries, ultimately ensuring that they reap the full reward of their hard work. For instance, by enhancing road networks, we have been able to shorten travel time, reduce transportation costs for agricultural produce as much as 25%. This directly translates into better prices for farmers, fresher produce for consumers as well. Furthermore, access to electricity has facilitated storage and processing, reducing post-harvest losses that often accounts for up to 40% of loss from crop yields. We cannot underestimate the impact of these improvements on our rural communities. They have transformed the economic landscape, increased profitability, and created opportunities for growth. And as I said earlier, this doesn't take much more than we will really make a lasting change. The backbone of our agricultural sector is the smaller holder farmers. In Benue, we recognize the success of these farmers is essential to the success of our state as the food basket of the nation. Therefore, our administration has prioritized policies that empower smallholder farmers by providing them with access to financing and modern agricultural technologies. Through partnerships and targeted programs, we have enabled thousands of farmers access to affordable credit, allowing them to invest in high-quality seeds, fertilizers, and other farm inputs at subsidized rates that significantly improves their yield. For example, by implementing crop insurance schemes, we have not only mitigated risk, but also increased the confidence of farmers to invest in high-return crops. These efforts are bearing fruit. Over the past 2 years, maize production in the state has increased by 30%, while cassava yields have improved by 25%. Now, access to technology is equally critical. Knowing this, we went into partnership with some international service providers, and our partnership with these technology providers have brought solutions such as pest detection tools and modern-day irrigation systems to our farmers, and we're very excited at that. I'll pause here for a second to also mention that, being a state that has practiced mainly subsistence agriculture over the years, for us to be able to contribute significantly to the food security issues that we've been having in Nigeria, we've decided to adopt the mechanized system of farming by speaking to international partners again to set up a tractor assembling plant in Benue. It's the first in Nigeria, and it's been currently set up in Benue. Now, the tractor assembling plant is actually assembling mini tractors that can go right into the fields and right into the farms. So it doesn't limit the farmers to use the big tractors that can't get right to where their farm crops are. And it comes with multiple options as well. I had to state that, sorry. These technologies empower the farmers and enhance their efficiency and allows them to make informed decisions in real time, enabling resilience and sustainable growth in their operations. And we're happy, and we're happy, and we're happy. In transforming rural economies, we must consider the vital role of youth and women. They are drivers of innovation, the custodians of our future, and essential players in ensuring food security. In Benue State, we have invested in agricultural programs that are specifically designed to engage youth and women, equipping them with skills and resources to thrive in agribusiness. Our programs often offer training in modern farming techniques, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, ensuring that the confidence to start their ventures and succeed in evolving agricultural sectors is successful. Statistics show that 60% of the population in rural areas is under the age of 35, and empowering this group is not just an economic necessity, but a pathway to sustainable development. By actively including women in these programs, we are also seeing notable changes. As we speak, we also partnered with Jobberman, and we were able to train over 75,000 women in business literacy in the agro-processing sector. So that currently is ongoing in Benue State. By actively including women in these programs, we're also seeing notable results, as I stated. Women farmers have reported a 20% increase in income, leading to better education, health, and sustainability for their families. The success of these initiatives underscores the indispensable role that government and strategic partners play in transforming rural economies. Effective policy and collaboration across sectors are essential in building ecosystems that support agricultural growth. Shield Africa's vision aligns seamlessly with these principles, and I commend their work in providing agricultural support, empowering youth, and promoting gender inclusivity. We know that with strong partnerships and the scale of transformation required to uplift Africa's agricultural sector, it will be impossible to do it without your support. Today, I call upon every leader, every stakeholder, every individual in this room, and poverty alleviation on a scale that would not only transform our communities, but inspire the world. We must act now. The opportunities are here. We will do them with you, is what really counts. We can desire to make a change, but if we don't get on the field to make that change, nothing will change for good. Imagine that change, nothing will change for good. Imagine a future where change starts with individuals. Change starts with you. Change starts with individuals. Change starts with you. The change we seek is in our hands. Shield Africa's mission has proven that agricultural transformation is possible. It is time for us to contribute, to build, and to inspire to join this course. Let us work together to secure a sustainable, prosperous Africa and a future for Nigeria, an Africa where rural communities thrive, where food security is guaranteed, and where every person has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma, for that insightful session. And I was able to pick a few things from that session and totally aligned with Shield Africa's vision, our vision and our mission, that is not only talking about the problems, but also creating solutions to these problems. She mentioned the provision of tractors and trainings. I actually thought that she deserved a very loud round of applause. Please, can we give her a loud round of applause? She mentioned provision of finances. These are one of the issues that limits the success of farmers in the agricultural sector. And if we're working on that, imagine the possibilities in Africa. Just imagine the possibilities of what we can achieve. Thank you so much for that insightful session, Ma. So, to warm us up, I promise that if you do clap very well, I'll share stories with you. And you did amazing. Please give yourself a round of applause again. So, I get curious, and I always want to know what makes people's memories. And I asked a friend to share one day with me and said, oh, can you tell me an unforgettable memory that you've had? And she said one day she always imagined what was in that white container. Do you know what the white container is? Palm wine. The fermented juice gotten from palm trees. And she didn't know how to go about it. So one day she parboiled rice, sieved out the water, refrigerated it, drank it, and started acting drunk, of which her mom caught her and disciplined her. If you're an agripreneur here or a partner for agripreneur, please put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. We see the work you do. You provide hope and trust in the mind of citizens. We know that we can go to the market and we'll find tomatoes there. We know that we can always stop by the market and we'll find onions there. People believe in you while you're doing what you're doing. Please give yourself a round of applause again. Thank you so much. So for the next session, we're going to be having a special address chaired by the able Commissioner of Agriculture, Niger State, Mr. Musa Bawa Bozo, ably represented by Mr. Matthew Ahmed, Permanent Secretary of Minister of Agriculture, Niger State. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome to the podium. Please, a round of applause, please.
Your Royal Highness, distinguished guests that are here this afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you great food sufficient, and not only food sufficient, but we want to feed the whole world. We want to change the narrative of agriculture in Nigeria. And I'm going to be sharing a bit with you this afternoon some of the things that we are doing in Niger State in order to change the narrative and to ensure that we feed the whole world. Today I'm here representing the Honorable Commissioner, who is the former governor and commissioner of the state. I'm indeed highly honored and privileged to be among you today on this occasion to witness what the shared Africa is doing in agripreneur to ensure that we have sustainability development in agricultural sector. Now, this afternoon, I've had several speakers. My sister from Benue State also outlined the issues of infrastructure that will help us to develop agriculture so that we'll be able to feed the nation and will be food sufficient. If you travel to other nations, you are going to see a lot that is happening. Nations that have less landmass than we have in Nigeria. But for the next 4 or 5 years, they will be able to feed their own nation. They will be able to feed their country and also export. A few years ago, we visited Vietnam, and we saw their warehouses full of rice, and they were even sharing with us that, look, the rice we import to Nigeria is after 10 years that we have stored them in our warehouses. And of course, we have a large expanse of land where we can continue to farm 3 cycles in a year. But unfortunately, we have not really developed irrigation facilities that will support the agricultural development. Looking at even the climate change that we have around us, this year, in some part of the north, we saw a spell drought wherein for over 30 days there were no rain, and some farmers' feed can even get burned during the wet season. All of that is as a result of not addressing the infrastructural aspect of agriculture by providing irrigation facilities. So in Niger State, we are happy because we have the largest landmass in Nigeria. The 10% of the land in Niger State, in Nigeria, is domiciled in Niger State. And that is why we are partnering with several investors to come to Niger State so that they can invest in agriculture. And this is, of course, the move of the former governor to ensure that our total land mass that are arable are put into use. So in each local government, we are going to be developing 10,000 hectares for youth and women. And by the special grace of God, we have started with the SPV, Niger Food, who are our partners, to ensure that we involve our youth and create job opportunities for our youth in order for them to key into agriculture. I'm also happy to let you know that we have procured 1,000 tractors of John Deere in Niger State. We have procured 500 tractors of Case in Niger State. So at the moment, we have 1,500 tractors in Niger State that are operational. And our tractors, the total number of tractors we have in Niger State is even more than what the Federal Ministry of Agriculture has as their total number of tractors. Apart from that, the state government has procured 10,000 power tillers. And the state government has also procured 60 number of combined harvester. They have also procured 10,000 hand weeders. This is to encourage our youth and even our women to go into agriculture. Now, part of these tractor operators that were set up, women are also being trained now to operate the tractors. So we have women. So this also key into what Shared Africa is doing to ensure that we empower the women so that they can key into agriculture. Now, last year alone, some farmers are even harvesting up to 7.5 metric ton per hectare, and even some progressive farmers are harvesting up to 11 metric ton per hectare, which is meeting up with what is being produced in Asia nations. So, having said that, the present administration of President Bola Tinubu under the Renew Hope agenda, and Bola Tinubu under the Renew Hope agenda is embarking on several agricultural initiatives in the food security demand of the country. These initiatives, mostly centered on agricultural mechanization, are all designed and geared towards improving and expanding production system of farmers, intending to increase efficiencies and productivity. For us in Nigeria, we have made a significant investment in agricultural equipment and mechanization and technology that are not only adaptable to our environment and condition, but we facilitate increasing productivity of our farmers, and the productivity utilization of our enormous agricultural potentials to ensure food security for the state and Nigeria as a whole. The main focus of our intervention, apart from significant boosting food security, is to empower our farmers and local communities with specific emphasis on youth and women segments of the population. Ladies and gentlemen, to accelerate transformation, collaboration is very key. We need to collaborate, and we also need to visit other states so that we'll be able to learn what other good practices other states are doing, so that we can go back to our various states as farmers, so that we can further implement the good practices that we have seen in other places. We therefore need to forge partnership across private enterprises, non-governmental organizations, and communities. By working together, we can pool resources, share knowledge, and drive innovations at unprecedented scale private sector partnership that can play a significant role in accelerating food system transformation. These collaborations can provide a lot of funding through our small, medium scale enterprises and infrastructures that are necessary for the implementation of innovative solutions. Now, again, let me just say to all of us that we need the capacity building of our youth and women to be built so that they will understand how agriculture is being run. Smart agriculture transformation, because this is very key for us. Several people are just going to agriculture. They don't really understand the sustainability aspect of it, looking at issues of the climate change on how they will increase their productivity. And so, in addition, training and capacity building is another critical element in our accelerating efforts. By equipping farmers with the required knowledge and skill and adopt new technologies, we need to empower our youths to actively participate in the transformation process by building their capacity and foster resilience and adaptability in local food system. On this note, let me commend Shade Africa for organizing the Shade Africa Agripreneur of the Year Award, which not only recognizes the young agripreneurs, but also support them by providing them with grants to assist them to scale up their businesses. This is very important and a good initiative that we cannot overemphasize. Let me also pause here to say that when you have trained the youths, you need to give them a starter pack. And so this is very key, and I'm happy because that is part of what Shade is doing today. And I'm praying that other organizations and other NGOs are also going to key into this so that we can meet up with the demand that is on our hands. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely want to thank you all for listening to the Honorable Commissioner's speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthew Ahmed, ably representing the Commissioner for Agriculture, Niger State. As we've learned, he said he's referred to Farmer Governor. Thank you so much, sir. And a few points which I highlighted from his discussion was they're developing 100 hectares of land. Wow, that's a whole lot. Please, a round of applause for what Niger State is doing. A round of applause. One Africa, a round of applause. Developing 10,000 hectares for youth and women. One of our goals at Shield Africa is empowering local communities and addressing food insecurities through gender equality. And this is done through agriculture and partnership with you, our lovely guests. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. So we know that as a people, Africa loves to preserve its culture. It loves to preserve its culture. And this can be seen through our language, our names, and how we dress. We have Abadie, which means, who can tell me? Abadie, do we have an Efik person in the house? Abadie, what does that mean? How are you? Thank you so much. So Abadie, this is the part where I get a response, right? So it means, how are you? Abadie. Thank you so much. And in Igbo, we have no. Who can help me with that? What does no mean in Igbo? Welcome. So welcome our lovely guests to Shield Africa 2024. We have a Ekabo. Who can help with that? Welcome. Welcome to Shield Africa 2024. And we also have, last but not the least, Sanu. Sanu, who can help with that? What does that mean? Thank you so much. Oh, I think I have another one. Dumela. Dumela is a language that South Africans and Botswanans, they speak, Soto language. And Dumela means, does anyone know? Well, you can guess with what we've been saying. Welcome. Welcome to Shield Africa 2024. And a way to showcase that culture, we'll be having the Havila Global Group take us through the rich culture we have and enjoy in Africa. Thank you so much. A round of applause for yourselves.
Please keep the round of applause going. Fantastic presentation. Please let's get the podium back up into position for the next presentations. Let's get the podium back up. That was just breathtaking and amazing. The depth and the riches and the brilliance of the African cultural heritage is just amazing, and we need to do more to export the beauty of our cultural heritage. There's a dancing troupe called Cirque du Soleil. They travel around the world making millions of dollars from performing just their various dances. And I think we can do a lot with our culture if we are willing to export this level of excellence that we've seen here today. Thank you very much. Okay, is that the new destination? Too much, is that right? Where is it here? I think it's supposed to be somewhere here, right? Yes, it's somewhere here. So it's not right in the middle. Oh, the media has, okay, go ahead. Follow the media then. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, some little adjustment for progress. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. They were having problems. There's no light in this direction. So the video cameras were not getting very beautiful shots of the production. So we have to move it. Apologies, media. You are often not taken seriously, and later we will harass you for not giving us good shots. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And just reestablishing our protocol once again. Just recognizing His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Benue State, ably represented. Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor Adamawa State, also ably represented. Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Botswana to Nigeria, the SSA to the President on Livestock Development, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture of Niger State is ably represented by the PEMSEC of the Ministry of Agriculture, His Royal Majesty. The Hama Bachama the 29th, and we will give his full title soon enough. We also want to recognize His Royal Highness, the Tet Yoshing and Chairman, West Local Government Council, Naka, Benue State. Her Excellency, Ambassador Noye B. Didi Rajis, MFR and former High Commissioner, Nigeria to Singapore, the former Deputy Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, Executive Director, Policy Innovation Center, Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the founder and president of Shield Africa, Ms. Osenaga Michael Oropo. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after such a scintillating performance, can we please put our hands together with a resounding round of applause and welcome on stage one of the custodians of our cultural heritage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Majesty Haman Dr. Daniel Ismail Shaga, CON, Hama Bachama the 29th, for the role of traditional leadership in the land and resource management. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to give his most welcome special address.
His Royal Highness, distinguished convener, Mrs. Oropo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in order that I do not violate the protocol system, you will permit me to adopt the already established protocols. It is a special privilege for me to stand here this morning and to talk about this important subject. I welcome all the youths that are here, the women that are here, and all of us that are here. And I want to specifically take this opportunity to commend Shield Africa for this organization, for this meeting. And I believe that all of us are here because we want to contribute to developing the potential in this nation and across Africa through sustainable agriculture and other things that are connected thereto. Africa has remained under, what do you call it? Africa has remained a potential for too long. It is important that you have potential in us, but it is even more important if we develop the potential and bring it to reality so that things can work for us and work for other people that depend on us. So, because we know that government is incapable of doing everything by itself, And that is why non-governmental organizations like Shield Africa and others decide to stand in the gap to bring us together to dialogue, to discuss these issues so that it can promote and provoke action. Because whatever we say here, if actions will not follow, then what we are saying here is not useful. What we are saying here are things that we hope that actions will follow thereafter that would help us to move away from where we are currently to the place where we desire and deserve to be. So I thank you, all of you that are here, that are connected in one way or the other to non-governmental organizations and non-governmental agencies that are working on climate change issues, on agriculture, and on all issues of food security. In fact, including the issue of physical security itself. I will discuss very briefly because I realize that all the statistics and all the issues that are arising from this particular topic have been laid out by the convener of this meeting at the first paper when she presented the first paper. I don't want to go back to those statistics. I know that we know them and we can find them somewhere. I will just be brief to talk about our role as traditional rulers. Probably, I would say, depending on where you find yourself. But we're all traditional rulers and we have the same role to play, except if we choose not to play them. So I had occasion to run an NGO as far back as from 1998. We've been running an NGO until 2005, 2004, when we set up another NGO again. Our first NGO is known as Forward in Action for Education, Poverty and Malnutrition. The acronym is FACEPAM. But in 2003, 2004, we set up another one because we wanted what good things we have done in the first NGO to spread to other places so that people can understand the role that NGOs play in between, to stand in the gap between what government can do and what people can do. So we set up another one in 2003, which was registered in 2004, and it is called Volunteers for Sustainable Development. And there is a nexus, there's a connecting point between Volunteers for Sustainable Development and Shield Africa, because we are working on the same thing, we are talking about the same thing. We are discussing issues of poverty, malnutrition, and food security from our rural communities down to the nation and down to Africa. So we are actually doing the same thing in different ways. Just like we're doing different things in different ways, the whole of Africa is one culture. The difference in Africa is that we have different traditions, but the culture is the same. We're all Africans, we're all operating under the African culture, but we're operating different traditions. If I look at these dancers, the drums they are playing and whatever they're doing here, I just look back home, exactly is what we're doing in my place. There is no difference. Maybe the difference is the language they speak and the way they speak it. The xylophone and all the other drums here, the only difference that I will say clearly between this place, this particular dance group and my community is that our women don't beat drums. We don't allow women to beat drums, young people beat drums. But the drumming is the same, the xylophone is the same, and the same thing all over Africa. I have found myself dancing the dance of Namibians in Namibia, and somebody from Gambia asked me, he said, "Are you from this place?" I said, "Look, this is what we dance in my place, and we're all the same." I entered the hotel and I saw the drums that we use in my place were hung as decoration in one hotel. I asked the man, I said, "Where did you find this?" He said, it's drums. This is what we use in Namibia for drumming and for cultural dances. So we are one people, and we have one problem. It's the same problem. We are talking about food security. We must also not forget that there are other security issues connected to it. Sometimes when we discuss the issue of food security, we try to downplay the issue of water security. It is not that it does not exist. We downplay it because we know that at all times, we are making efforts to solve that problem at every level, from the village host, from the house level, to the community level, to the village level, to the state. This food problem, we must also solve the security problem at the same time, so that we go beyond the potential, like I said earlier. We are going to go ahead and beyond the potential to where we actually want to go. I pray that this meeting brings out those things that we need to do so that at the end, this meeting becomes beneficial not only to us that are here in Nigeria, but across Africa to all of us. In the next 14 days, precisely on the 29th of this month, our NGO, the Volunteers for Sustainable Development, will be commemorating its 20 years anniversary. And the anniversary is not for us to jubilate and celebrate, but it's for us to look at where we have failed, where we have achieved, how can we do better, how can we reach more people, and how can we do more and get more people to even join and run non-governmental organizations, particularly humanitarian organizations that reach out to people who are not reached. So it is not going to be party time during this celebration. It is not a time to pat ourselves on the back for the strides accomplished by the NGO. Rather, it will be a time to challenge ourselves, to dig deeper and to work further and harder, for the needs are great and they are only increasing. So we are going to use the anniversary period to review and evaluate our past performance, take stock, learn from our past mistakes or shortcomings, build on our strengths, and then relaunch the organization for greater vigor and commitment for more improved and better service delivery to humanity in the years ahead. Now to Shield Africa Sustainability Summit. As you can see from this introduction, there is a strong nexus or a connecting point, like I said earlier, between VSD, Volunteers for Sustainable Development, Sustainability and Development Initiative. The two organizations share strong mutual interest in securing and ensuring a more equitable and sustainable future for Nigeria and Africa. I have harbored this strong personal interest in humanitarian endeavors, especially the desire to support and empower youth and women, long before I became a paramount traditional ruler in 2020. This interest and desire to see an equitable and sustainable future for Nigeria and Africa became even stronger when I ascended the throne, for I saw firsthand the critical nature of the socio-economic and environmental challenges which confront ordinary Nigerians and indeed Africans in the face. It is in the light of this deep-seated desire, strong urge and commitment to play a role in equitable and sustainable future for Africa, especially through a strong and resilient youth and women population, that I would like to discuss this topic, which has been chosen by the organizers of this conference. Like I said, I'm going to be very brief. I have cut off the first part of the story because of the statistics that we already received. The statistics is supposed to gear us to let us know that there is a problem. After we have seen the problem, then we can begin to think of what should be done. We don't just come and arrange problems, the media will take it, and then we go home and sleep. When we arrange problems, we also arrange what we think are solutions. When we put our heads together and discuss, there's no way we cannot come up with solutions that are acceptable globally. As custodians of culture, traditions, and the natural resources found in our communities, traditional leaders hold an important and sacred duty. It is a sacred duty because it is difficult to be a traditional ruler if you have land in your hand to distribute, and if you don't have the conscience to understand that what is in your hand is not your own, it is in your hand as a trust for all the people. It is key. That is the key role of the traditional ruler. The conflict resolution issue aspect, which the traditional rulers handle throughout the time, it is not because the traditional ruler has a farm and somebody is entering into the farm. It is because every farm in the community, it's under the hand of the traditional ruler, and the traditional ruler is responsible to the people in that land not to allow anything to tamper with their destiny and their future. So the work we do is humanitarian most of the time. Forget about what it said in the law and whatever it is. Traditional rulers operate beyond the law, because if you want to stay within the law, you will sit down in your house discussing legalese while your people are dying. As grassroots people, we have a profound duty to lead our people from the front, to guide our people in the sustainable exploitation and use of land and natural resources. Our role extends beyond governance, but also encompasses the preservation of cultural heritage, protection of ecosystems, and empowerment of youth, women, and communities in general. Today, I would like to speak on two key areas. First, the vital role of traditional leaders in guiding communities to manage land and natural resources sustainably. And the second is blending cultural wisdom with modern strategies. That is the importance of land preservation practices that enhance agricultural productivity and protect the ecosystem. In order that I do not derail the thinking of many of you, I will give a caveat here. As I take us round to examine each of these areas briefly, it is important that I give a caveat now. And what is my caveat? I am not an agricultural scientist or expert. And as a matter of fact, I undertake very little farming. But on a day-to-day basis, I have had the privilege to meet and to interface with professionals in many fields. I have therefore opened up myself as a student of development and conflict management studies and as an administrator of people and natural resources. So if you come across any misconceptions or errors in my presentation, please quickly recall that I had issued a caveat. The vital role that traditional leaders must play in guiding communities to effectively manage land and natural resources sustainably. The role of traditional leaders in managing land and other natural resources sustainably is deeply rooted in our ancestral heritage, community trust. We have long been stewards of the environment, responsible for ensuring that our land remains fruitful and viable for future generations. To fulfill this role effectively, however, we must address some issues, and three of them are listed here. The first issue is we have to find a way of facilitating equitable land access and to support ownership rights. If you don't have access to land, or you don't have right to land, you cannot do anything. You can't do anything. 2 years ago, I honored a young man in my community who excelled in agriculture. Why did I do that? I did that so that the young people will not continue to go away with the wrong conception and perception that agriculture is an old tradition for old people. This man is young. He's very young and he's very capable. He started farming with loaned equipment. Now, I think 2 years ago, he had to acquire his own tractor by himself. He belongs to my clan. And he uses his tractor to help our clan to dig their lands for them before he comes back to do his own. Today, he is one of the most sustainable farmers we have in the community, and he's a young man. So if our people understand the place of agriculture, I listened to the man from Niger State when he was talking of rice per hectare and other things. And I can tell you that in all our communities in Nigeria, most of the communities that are riverine and other things, if we decide we can produce as much as this rice that the Niger State is producing, our people are no longer willing to even release their land for any industrial purpose, because the industries, they bring the issue, they bring climate change issues to us. They bring problems to the land. They bring conflicts to the land. And the people don't get the value for the land that they give us. The people are saying now, give us our land, we will do farming on it. There is likely to be more profit when we do farming and less conflict than if we allow you to run the place like that. So as traditional rulers, we have to find a way to balance this thinking. The thinking of the people who want their farms back, and the thinking that industries cause problems. Industries are a necessary evil. We have to live with them. But also the youth must find a place. No matter what you are doing as a young man, it doesn't stop you from doing farming. Farming is, everybody can do it. Even if you don't want to do the main farming, you can do backyard farming. You can do poultry farming at the backyard. People, when we were growing up, we never used to run out to go to the market to buy beef or to buy chicken or to buy anything that we will need in the house, because there is always something in the house. It's either something that we have cultivated and it is in our house, or there are chicken at the backyard that we can just run and use them, and we get the protein there, and we save the money and all these things. But today, everything is in the market. You go and buy frozen chicken, you even don't know where the thing is coming from. So many people have bought frozen chicken, and what they use to do environment for human beings is what they use for those chickens. And when you eat them, sometimes you develop problem. Some of you develop cancer cells. We don't know, because we have refused natural food. We are eating the food that has been imported from places who do not even have land like the land we have. One of the basic responsibilities of traditional leaders is to ensure that the land is equitably distributed and easily accessible to all members of the community, particularly women and youth, which group is most often overlooked and excluded from land ownership. Equitable land access principles promote social stability and empowers individuals to freely participate in conventional farming and agriculture, thereby reducing poverty and increasing food production to enhance food security. Through transparent, inclusive, and effective land management, leaders can foster economic growth and community development. I'm a bit worried, because I actually expected that Professor Farauta was going to be here. She's one of the speakers listed here. And as a professor of agriculture and the current deputy governor in my state, she would have been able to give you some statistics about what we're doing in the state concerning agriculture and the involvement of youth and women. I do not want to delve into the statistics that are not available with me. I know that if she is not here, it is possible she has sent someone to read her paper for her, and from there we'll get those information. But it is important that we share our knowledge, those things, so that those things we think in our areas are not possible. You will hear them and know that they are possible elsewhere. And if they are possible elsewhere, then they are possible where you are. Traditional leaders would usually play a vital and pivotal role in educating and sensitizing communities about acceptable and beneficial farming practices, which serve to also protect and nurture. By encouraging practices such as rotational grazing, soil conservation, and water preservation, we can reduce the extent of land degradation and enhance agricultural productivity. We achieve even higher goals when we work closely with local schools, youth groups, and women organizations to promote culture of sustainability, which is unconsciously rooted in our farming culture. Our natural resources, including forests, rivers, and wildlife, are critical to the overall well-being of our communities. Traditional leaders have the mandate and authority to mobilize community members for conservation efforts towards protecting biodiversity and natural habitats. By promoting community conservation programs, traditional leaders can inspire a strong sense of collective action towards protecting our land and other natural resources, and for balancing the needs of development with good environmental stewardship. Before I came here, I was trying to start work on my farm. And the supervisor that I sent to the farm said to me, they are going to burn the grass that is in the farm so that they can dig the place. I said, don't burn it. Don't burn the grass. Because if you burn the grass, you reduce the capability and the capacity of the land to produce anything proper. So go and till the place, turn the grass upside down and allow it to rot. It will be part of the fertilizing element on the ground. He was hearing that thing for the first time. It is important that we make these things formal and proper, and that no matter the level of a farmer, whatever level he is in, he should be able to understand why he should not burn his farm or burn the grass in his farm before he starts farming. Some places are very fertile, quite all right, but you don't abuse a place that is fertile believing that it will always be fertile. No. If you continue to abuse the land and you don't nurture it and you don't keep it properly, one time you will come, you are expecting there, you will get like 3% of it. Our natural resources, okay, I've read this. Now, blending cultural wisdom with modern strategies. The importance of land preservation practices that enhance agricultural productivity and protect ecosystems. Our cultural heritage is richly endowed with practices, knowledge, and beneficial experiences that serve to preserve our lands for centuries. By blending this local wisdom and modern strategies and techniques, we can enhance the productivity of our land while at the same time safeguarding our ecosystems. This natural balance is essential in creating a resilient agricultural sector that supports food security, economic development, and environmental health. In this context, it is also important that we also discuss, one, incorporating indigenous knowledge into modern agricultural practices. Indigenous or local agricultural knowledge has for centuries and generations served to sustain African communities. Practices such as crop rotation, mixed cropping, natural pest control, or shifting cultivation are effective indigenous methods or practices which serve to preserve soil fertility and to increase crop yields. When I was talking about burning grasses, I was also talking about soil fertility, because burning grasses affect soil fertility. By my understanding, like I said, I'm not a professor. By combining these time-tested practices with modern agricultural technologies, we can achieve sustainable agricultural productivity. Traditional leaders should and must work with agricultural experts to incorporate this indigenous knowledge and experience into the training programs which local farmers benefit from. If we continue to farm and we don't create local situations and programs where we can train the actual people on the ground who are doing farming on a subsistence basis, like we have always been doing in Africa, then we are missing the point. You can have a big farm, you can have how many hectares and do other things, but the people who are working on you must understand the principle on which the crop, the farm, becomes sustainable for food security. Two, promoting climate resilient farming techniques. As Africa continues to face the growing challenge and negative impact of climate change, it is imperative for local farmers to begin to adopt farming techniques that are resilient to continuing adverse weather conditions. Climate-smart agricultural practices such as agroforestry, conservation tillage, and the use of drought-resistant crops are essential for maintaining agricultural productivity. Traditional leaders have both the authority and responsibility to encourage and support farmers to adopt these beneficial practices, which can serve to reduce significantly climate risks while enhancing agricultural productivity and food security. Finally, there is no doubt that protecting and preserving our natural ecosystem is very crucial to the health of our environment and the well-being of future generations. Traditional leaders can, within available resources, designate selected areas and make them protected areas and buffer zones to serve the purpose of preservation of forests, rivers, and grasslands. This action or practice does not only serve to conserve biodiversity, but also protects the resources which should sustain agriculture. By establishing conservation zones, we ensure that economic development does not come at the expense of the environment. That is balancing it. I have received notice that my time is up, but I'm at the last page and at the conclusion level. I will still read a few lines here, then I'll round up. So, in conclusion, by suggesting that as traditional rulers, we can use our offices, mandate, and authority to play very vital and complementary roles in the control and effective management of land, other natural resources, and endowments. By promoting equitable land access, educating our farming communities, and encouraging conservation efforts, we can serve as guides to our people towards adopting the use of farming and conservation practices. Finally, I urge, therefore, that we consider and embrace this delightful responsibility as traditional rulers and anybody connected to the tradition, knowing that the future of Africa's lands, its natural resources and endowment is only guaranteed by our strong commitment to positive actions today. Thank you, and God bless you all.
We can do better. Round of applause, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much, His Royal Majesty Hamon, Dr. Daniel Ismaila Shaga, CON, Hama Bachama, the 29th. Thank you so much for that insightful session. There were a few things I got from what His Majesty said. He said, Africa has had potentials for too long. You know, just how you talk about the greatness of a people. When will that greatness come into play? The time is now, today, through Shield Africa 2024. Thank you, media. Welcome back. That is not going to stop what we're doing in Shield Africa 2024. Together with your partnership, His Royal Majesty said, we need to prefer solutions. And he mentioned some solutions: agriculture, education, and sustainable development, together with the goals of Shield Africa. So we are in line. Clap for yourself, please. And lastly, he also mentioned everyone should be actively involved in farming. So this is not a time where farming is secluded for a particular set of people. It's for all of us, for everyone. We're going to be recognizing the presence of His Excellency, Professor Khaled Tapwa G. Farauta, the governor of Adamawa State, ably represented by the beautiful Dr. Adesua Ogli. You're welcome, Ma. Also recognizing one of our panelists, Mr. Elias Bakari. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause, please. Media, please prepare the presentation. So for this next session, we're going to be welcoming the brain behind Shield Africa, a driven, passionate, and beautiful lady, the CEO, Shield Africa, Mrs. Osenega Oropo. A round of applause, please.
Fields once full of promise now lie silent and bare. Yet, beneath this neglected land is untapped potential, a future of abundance that Shield Africa is working to realize. We are not just an organization, we are a movement rooted in sustainable agriculture, youth empowerment, and gender equity. Shield Africa believes that with support, Africa's lands can not only feed its people, but also uplift entire communities. In our first year, Shield Africa has already impacted thousands across Nigeria and beyond. Through our Agripreneur Financing Project, over 120 young farmers now cultivate between 1 and 8 hectares, securing sustainable livelihoods and independence. Our efforts reach beyond farming. Our campaigns empower voices against gender violence, and our education interventions support students with essential tools to thrive, including blind students in Jabi, Abuja. At the University of Agriculture in Makurdi, our agricultural technical support program has engaged 1,500 young farmers, equipping them with practical skills for sustainable agriculture. Our food and medical relief programs have brought nourishment and care to over 5,000 people in underserved communities in Secure a brighter, self-sustaining Africa. Visit shieldafrica.org to start this journey with us today. Together, let us turn silent fields into thriving communities. Shield Africa, transforming lives, securing the future.
Thank you very much. Still standing on our strategic impact outlook for 2025. Slides, please. While the slides come on. Okay, great. Next slide. In 2025, we have a vision to transform agriculture. What do you want me? What do you want us to remember? The truth is, we can all do many things. They say people can be jack of all trades. We can do a lot of things. But for us at Shield Africa, we really are heavily interested and invested in driving agricultural transformation, not just in Nigeria, but for the rest of Africa. And we're going to do it through a number of ways. Next slide. The Shield Africa's Farmers Academy is our first strategy to be executed in 2025. And what we hope to do through that, thank you, is in order to clap. What we hope to do through that platform is to equip the next generation of farmers for Africa. While I was presenting our script earlier today, I told us that we currently have an aging farming population, and that is the reality. The average farmer is aged 60, while the average African is aged 19. And so, if we do not rise up, and not just rise up, but the Africa Farmers Academy would create jobs and ensure economic stability, because this will create direct and indirect jobs for 15,000 to 20,000 young individuals by 2025. We'll be practicing sustainable farming training, creating resilient farmers, resource allocation, providing seeds, tools, and fertilizers, as well as stipends for participants, opportunities to market, crop buyback program, ensuring stable income, partnerships, collaborations for subsidized land access and market opportunities. And next is our measurable goals for 2025. 1,000 young Africans. Job creation, again, it's 15 to 20,000 direct and indirect jobs. In terms of crop productivity, 40 to 60%. Female participation, 30 to 40%, the minimum. So we invite you to join us in transforming Africa's agriculture. You can
Africa, that is a momentous task, and we celebrate that goal, and we look forward to the transformation that it will bring all across the land. One thing we have as Africans, we are full of energy and passion, but we lack a lot of skill. And if we have this kind of skill in agriculture, we are sure that we are going to be leaders in food processing and food production all across the world. Thank you very much for that presentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving further into the program very quickly. We're going to the next session. And for the first lecture session, we'll be talking about empowering women for sustainable development and economic growth. Empowering women for sustainable development and economic growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we please welcome to the podium for the very professional and one of the brilliant minds of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Asasuye Dirisu, Executive Director, Policy Innovation Center. Please put your hands together properly. It's not easy to be a doctor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I would like to, first of all, acknowledge His Royal Highness and all our distinguished guests. Permit me to stand on already existing protocol. I want to really celebrate my sister today, or Senegal. It's not an easy journey to try to make things happen differently in Nigeria. But with a country of 200 million plus people and some of the challenges that we're currently faced with as a country, it's really timely to have this sort of initiative. And I really look forward to so many years, celebrating so many years and decades of impact for Shield Africa. And I know sometimes we get this at the PIC, oh, you guys are always talking, right? We have to continue talking, because the more the conversations we're having, then the more we can reflect on what better ways to do what needs to be done. And we have a vibrant youth population waiting for the solutions that you and I have to provide, and we cannot afford to fail. So everyone who has spoken before me has made the few minutes I'll spend here a lot easier, because instead of coming through some of the conversations I plan to have on my written speech, I'll just go straight to the point and just focus on some reflections as to why we should have this conversation today and what we should be doing differently. So, like I said, women make up more than half, up to half of the world's population, and in Nigeria 49.5%. And I know that sometimes there's that feeling that we have overflogged the concept of women empowerment, right? But the reason why we still have to continue to have these conversations is because despite the fact that a wide range of economic and social development initiatives has focused on women, they continue to be underrepresented in decision-making spaces, access to resources, and opportunities for economic advancement at scale. So I'm very deliberate about using the word at scale, because many times when we talk about economic empowerment, we're happy to just celebrate one or two things happening in different pockets of the country. As much as it's good to celebrate that, we need to begin to reflect on what works at scale. So what can we do to expand access, for example, to a lot more people than we're currently serving? And it's impossible to achieve sustainable development and economic growth without prioritizing gender equity and fostering equitable access to opportunities across sectors for women and men. I know we're a bit more focused on women, but we've learned over the last few years to balance that conversation, because that's really where sustainable development comes from. So just to understand how we can begin to think about the solutions, what sort of challenges are women currently facing? First of all, they are disproportionately affected by economic problems due to sociocultural and behavioral factors that deepen economic insecurity and limit their meaningful participation in society. Women also play a critical role in reproductive labor and unpaid care. And as a result of that, they are always juggling between trying to support that economic ecosystem within the family and at the same time ensure that you and I can be here, because we were all born by women, right? So despite their substantial contributions, they have so much to juggle. Because of issues relating to lack of education and low literacy, women are forced to work a lot more in the informal sector. And there may be nothing really wrong with that. But to thrive in the informal economy, you need to have at least some social protection. So because if we don't talk about social protection when we're talking about economic opportunities for women, you have a situation where one child falls ill And then that wipes out all the 100,000 naira savings under her bed. So although women constitute over 70% of the health and agricultural workforce, majority of their roles are situated in lower status, low cadre work, and they have very limited access to land and productive resources. And so excited to hear His Excellency reflecting a bit deeper on issues relating to access to productive assets like land and the rest. So in addition to all that I have talked about, when it comes to the food, the value chain, we find out that value chain pathways in Nigeria are constrained because of issues relating to access to infrastructure, transportation. I will never forget this story. Personal story, I was working in Benue State about 6-7 years ago, and I went to Boko to work. So on my way back to Makurdi, we stopped somewhere, and this woman just kept begging me to go home with a wheelbarrow of mangoes. And she said to me, just give me anything you have. If anything you have. This was 2017. And I gave her 1,500. She was so happy. She was dancing. And then after paying her, I asked myself, what am I going to do with this wheelbarrow of mangoes? But that started my journey to juicing mangoes for the year after. I only eat Julie mango from Benue. And so March, April every year, I'm rushing to buy a couple of bags, juice them and ensure, freeze them and ensure I have mangoes for the coming year. But just imagine the benefits if we had better storage, if we had better transportation. Imagine the mangoes I bought for 1,005 in Benue. When I come to farmers market in Maitama here, I'll be pricing 3 of those mangoes for 1,200. I don't know how much it is now. So when you look at all the constraints across processing and ensuring that they can add value to these products, then you understand why even for a lot of work that they do, the benefits for women become a lot less. So when we're thinking about women economic empowerment, we're thinking about opportunities to bring positive change to personal lives, but also to society as a whole, as a result of participation in economic activities. And if we're not talking about women economic empowerment, unfortunately, we can't also be talking about sustainable development. So within the economic ecosystem, we must begin to think about how to address a few challenges. One, pay for equivalent work, including farm work. Secondly, literacy. So increasing access to literacy, and I celebrate what Shield Africa is going to be doing, training a lot of young women, a lot of young people and farmers, and also trying to reduce the current age that we see for a lot of people in the farming sector. Then we also have to address issues relating to digital literacy. Last month, we had an opportunity to do a post-gender summit event in Kenya, and I was very fascinated by an NGO called M Farms, and they talked about how they create opportunities, first of all, to ensure that women understand market prices. So a woman could be in a village in Kenya, and she's selling products for 20 naira that the political farmers and all the different middlemen are going to take to the urban area and maybe sell for 200, 300, 400, 500 naira. So just creating simple digital platforms for these women. They can check prices every morning. And we always talk about, okay, smartphones, even if they are not smartphones, even if they are just regular phones, just creating access for women to get the information they need to get better value for their resources. And like I've also talked about, dealing with issues relating to reproductive labor and care work. So moving on to reflect on what has worked and how we can begin to learn from that. I would speak a bit to the Nigerian for Women project just as an example, because it has all the elements of some of the solutions that I'm going to be talking about. So this project was developed, is a flagship project of the government. So it's a flagship project of the government aimed at improving women's livelihood opportunities and facilitating their access to economic markets by mobilizing women into affinity groups. So one of the things that have worked is bringing women together, bringing women into cooperative groups, bringing women into affinity groups. Don't forget that the message is sustainable livelihoods. So in order to ensure that this is sustained, you bring women into groups, and what happens when you do that? First of all, they can collectively reflect on social norms that impact on or limit them from achieving economic independence within their communities, because many times this is nuanced. Then they can, through their advocacy groups, work within their communities and traditional rulers to begin to address some of these issues. The second thing that I want to mention is engaging men as allies. This is something that we are very aware of, and it cannot be overflogged. And then layering other interventions. I was part of an interesting project in Bangladesh some years ago, I think 2015. And what was really interesting about that, this was a project about bringing women into the value chain of milk production. But we had as outcomes related to giving them more money so that their children could go back to school. Secondly, improving nutrition or outcomes of their children, increasing financial independence, increasing savings culture, increasing access to healthcare, because the women could now collectively bargain for health insurance products. That's why bringing women into groups is really important. Another thing I would like to mention quickly is being able to ensure that we can begin to think about how to remove the barriers for access to productive assets. If I have to rent land to farm and there's anything goes wrong, maybe as a result of climate, flooding and all that, then I'm going to be 20 times poorer afterwards, because I'm paying back what I'm owing for the land, and then at the same time I'm also trying to ensure that I can survive to the next season. So we need to address biases and skills gaps. We need to find ways of ensuring that we can encourage media representation of women who have succeeded, whether as rural farmers, in rural areas or in urban areas. We need to begin to change the societal perception of what a woman is. I love the pictures that show women suffering in the villages. It's fine. But we need to begin to even showcase some success stories that give hope to women when we are speaking to them. Then targeted skills development. In 2021, I was working on a project in Borno State, and I went to an IDP camp, and we're just trying to speak to the women about reintegration into society. And at that time, there was this really big skill acquisition center opposite the camp. And I visited the center, and it was empty. So we went back to the women and we asked, why aren't you going there? And they said, well, they teach us tailoring there. But guess what? We are farmers. We were sacked from our areas because of conflict. Now you bring us here, nobody asked us what we want to do. And so we come out of the camp every day and still try. So if you come around the camp, you still see some small ridges everywhere. They said, we don't want to learn how to sew. So ensuring that empowerment is not just for empowerment's sake, targeting empowerment to ensure that women are receiving the skills that they need. And then we need to begin to reflect on emerging industries. So now we have new opportunities to create new set of jobs in different areas and offer workshops to women to ensure that they are able to work independently. The next thing is facilitating access to finance. No matter how hardworking a person is, sometimes it's the 10, 20, 30, 40,000 credits that makes that difference. But in providing access to credit, we must ensure that we are simplifying the processes that help the women to access these finances. And we must also ensure that we are providing financial literacy. Like I said, I'm doing this on the backdrop of the Nigerian I didn't know my slides were being projected. On the backdrop of the example of how the Nigerian for Women project functions. And then the last thing I'll talk about here is building platforms for support. So as women can come together, share their experiences, collaborate on projects, cooperative farms, that's something I've seen also in my experience, creating cooperative farms, so you don't always have one person having ownership of everything. And then just speaking lastly to the issue of education, it's really important that we understand that we cannot make anything we're having, any conversation we're having today may already be 10, 20 years late. We realize that there is a massive gap in literacy for women. We know what the statistics already say for out of school children. We have one of the highest school children. And in some work we've done, I don't know if that can be projected, showed some of the barriers to this: poverty, social and gender norms, child and early forced marriage, insecurity, learning deprivation, lack of female role models. I did some study in Kano some years ago, and through a whole district going across girls' schools, the only teacher is the principal. School completion, so most of them will drop out from JS1 to JS3. A lot of them are already out. So if we're trying to solve a problem for the future, what are some things that would work as we think about doing that? One is looking at school readmission policies, or what some people, I saw a policy recently called second chance policy. I mean, for girls who get pregnant and have to drop out of school, let us create opportunities and programs to bring them back with empathy. And beyond the policies, I think it's that intentional debiasing the concept of labeling someone and dropping that person out of school. Creating safe and accessible learning spaces. Addressing issues relating to hidden fees. We see hidden fees in agriculture. We also see hidden fees in the educational sector. And then creating a policy enabling environment, even for women economic empowerment that I spoke about recently. Now we have the Women Economic Empowerment Policy, and there's a real opportunity to have that domesticated across the country. And then also addressing gaps in learning. In closing, we conducted a study looking at at-risk children in 2021. I think what was most challenging for us was we thought the only problem we're dealing with was an issue of lack of access to education or children actually dropping out of school. But on this project, we demonstrated learning deprivation, which is understanding the minimum proficiency that a child has at primary 6. And learning deprivation from our study, which has been corroborated across other studies that have been done, was about 94%. So what that meant was that children are going to school, getting to primary 6, and coming out without the minimum that they should learn. And when you now meet this woman 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the line, and you're now trying to bring economic opportunities her way, it becomes a bit more difficult for her to comprehend. So a lot has worked, a lot of opportunities to begin to scale what has worked exist. I think what is important is collective action. We know what works. We know where the statistics or the data speaks to evidence around how we can begin to really improve outcomes. I think what is more important is to begin to create partnerships, create collaborative opportunities between organizations like SHIELD in the agricultural sector, educational sector, realizing that there's also a very thin line between looking at progress in agriculture, in education, in access to finance. Everything actually comes together. So reflecting on an integrated approach to begin to create opportunities to build sustainable futures for our young women. Thank you so much for having me, and I wish us a successful deliberation going forward.
Put your hands together again, please. Thank you very much. That was a very important and concise presentation. We cannot overestimate the importance of girl, child, and women education in Nigeria. if you have a child or you're around the child, you know these days homework consists of a major part of a child's education. If the mother, who in most homes is going to spend time with the child, does not have the capacity to understand what the child is learning and correct the child, I assure you that you are spending money for your son to become half illiterate. That is the truth, because he does not know enough and there is nobody there to explain enough to him. And he may come out feeling like a local champion in a global world. That is a very terrible thing. And so we do need desperately, Africa is behind, we do need to leapfrog, take several steps ahead so that we can get our women and girl child in the right position to be profitable. Many business opportunities, there are banks giving loans, but if they don't have the education to be able to access them, we are all going to suffer. We are men, we know that when our father receives money, we think of his welfare first. That when the mother receives money, normally she is looking at distributing the money to the children who needs that, and it is critically important. Please, a round of applause for her, for that very simple presentation. Typically, when a professor presents, you hear a lot of grammar and charts and statistics and data, but she gave us this presentation as simple stories, and we tremendously appreciate that. So what we're going to do very quickly is a time for question and answers, if we have anyone who have question and answers. Any questions? Please, can we have the microphone ready? So far, things that you've heard from her presentation, there are questions you'd like to ask, you're not clear about something. We'd just like to take a quick question and answer session. Raise your hand, we'll get the microphone across to you. Okay, there's a gentleman over here. Can you please please leave your hand raised up so they know who they are. Thank you very much. Which will mean we'll also just get your...
Good afternoon. My name is Augustine Onumia. My question is not directed to the doctor. It's rather directed to His Royal Highness and to the convener, Mama Senegal. All right, very quick. Due to the aggression...
Sorry, if I may just interject. There's a difference between His Royal Highness and His Royal Majesty.
His Royal Majesty, okay, sorry. I beg your pardon. All right, due to the aggression and the shortfall of farm produce in Nigeria, having this sustainability initiative geared towards agricultural boost, my question number one is, how can our lands be protected from invaders as well as our farmers? Because most of these farmers, the reason why we're having this downfall is due to the fact that most of them are annihilated in their farms while trying to cultivate and make food available for us. Number two, when land is used over a period of time, it begins to deplete or depreciate. And how then can these lands be enriched since we no longer do what is called the shifting cultivation any longer? And our fertilizers are ineffective as farm produces no longer stay longer. If you notice, you buy tomatoes, you buy yam from the market. If you cut the yam into two, you realize that you can't even use it for the next cook because they go bad. All of this is due to the fact that we're using fertilizers originally. So basically, what would be the solutions
for this? All right, thank you very much.
The answers.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. The Royal Majesty.
I took a few minutes to talk about our own security as human beings if we are going to talk about food security for the nation. I'm talking about it not because I'm delivering a paper here. I'm talking about it because I'm talking out of experience. If there is any problem that has hindered our progress as a community, it is insecurity created by people from different places who are not known to us, who are very violent, who tend to have a kind of support somewhere else and hinder our people from going to farm. I can tell you with all degree of confidence that a lot of our people have stopped farming because of the issue of insecurity. Now, we all have to find local solutions to the problem. One of my best friends is late Governor Akeredolu, who came up with the Amotekun concept. You know, and I've been following Amotekun closely because they are doing what we think we should be doing in our place. But it depends on who is the governor and what is his major concern. Recently, the Amotekun trained about almost 500 additional employees, added their salaries, and introduced an aviation sector into the Amotekun force. They can now use aircrafts flying around the places to make sure that people from outside do not come to tamper with the land they're doing there. Now, the only way to solve the problem of security in our local places is to collaborate with government. We must find our local solutions. We must understand our strengths and weaknesses when it comes to the issue of security. And we must get the government involved one way or the other. If we join hands with government and with our local ideas, we can overcome these problems. But if we want to be comfortable in our rooms, if nobody stays in the place of comfort and becomes great. So this is the problem. You have to approach the problem pragmatically. Don't sit down and begin to pretend that the problem does not exist. The problem exists. What is in your place is also happening elsewhere. So many people have the problem. By the time we begin to talk, all of us begin to talk about the same problem, government will say there's a problem here and they will come in and help us. All of us need assistance. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
The second issue, you were talking about fertilizer and whatever
yes.
it is, and the sustainability of agricultural methods, not doing shifting cultivation, not doing crop rotation, not doing other things. Well, sometimes they happen naturally. I'm talking to you now. I said there are people who have abandoned their farms for 3 years. Is it not by nature a kind of preservation for the soil? They have preserved the soil, you know, because besides the insecurity, the movement of cattle that move anyhow and enter all the water bodies and destroy the water, destroy the farm and other things, they also cause soil degradation for all of us, you know. So sometimes when you are struggling to survive as a farmer and you don't have any other voice around you to help you talk, complain about these things, you cannot be talking about how to do shifting cultivation or anything else. You are talking about how to even still have the farm by next year if these people do not take it over from you. The problem is complex and it is intertwined. And the solution must be complex and intertwined. But we must all be focused on the fact that we have goals we want to achieve, goals for today and goals for tomorrow, and that we have actions that we must take today so that tomorrow can be better. That is the way I look at it. If we do that, it will work for us. I'll give you an example of something that happened recently in my palace. When I came, I told them, I said, all of you that are here, you will join, we are going to have a farmer cooperative. Everybody is going to be contributing some money so that we can get access to finance and agricultural equipment. Everybody said they don't want, because everybody wants his money. So after some 4 or 5 years, about 2 weeks ago, I called my SA. I said, gather these people again and give them this cooperative picture. This 1,000 they are collecting today is their own money. It is not going anywhere. It is in the savings, it is in their accounts, in their ledger. And there will be interest on it. And if anybody comes with any assistance for you here, for people who are in the cooperative, those of you who are not in the cooperative, I hope you will not be looking for that assistance. By the time they finish discussion, everybody in the traditional council has enlisted into the cooperative. So it depends on how we approach any problem that we have. But there are problems, and all of us have these problems. Even those of you who live in Abuja, sometimes I used to see cows block road when it is time to go and carry children from school. We have to address that issue.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I think Mama Seneca, would you? Okay, that is been properly covered. All right, thank you very much. If there, okay, we'll take one more question and then we would move on because of time. We'll just take one more question. Just one more question, and we will take questions. We can go into.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocol duly observed. I'm actually a woman with disability. Everybody that has spoken well, but when they were speaking now, I kept on hearing women, you, this one. I didn't hear persons with disability. Our case is so different. We are women, number one. Number two, we are women with disability. So my question goes to the Shield Africa that says something about a program coming up 2025. So I'm asking, how can we be included? Because we can do it. Don't say that we cannot do it. As I'm speaking with you now, I have at my backyard, I have ogo, I have water leaf, I have a good seed, small that I'm doing for myself. If I want to cook yam porridge, I cut my small ogo, I cut my scent leaf. So we can also do it. So I'm asking of the link or any registration we can use to join the program that is coming up so that we can be included. Thank you.
Amarachi, thank you very much for your question. It's such an incredible work you are doing. Very well done to you. And thank you for your boldness. Thank you for not looking down on yourself. Thank you for believing that you are just as important as every other man or woman on the surface of the earth. Because of what Amarachi has said, we will review our program and we will introduce a portion of the program to accommodate persons with disability. It's very important for us. Thank you, Amarachi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think green farms, what they call them, greenhouses are actually quite effective for people with disabilities. And congratulations, Amarachi. This is why it's good to speak out. If you keep quiet, well, whatever comes afterwards, you can't blame anyone. So congratulations and thank you. Please, a round of applause again for Shield Africa for listening and immediately not setting up a committee to go and investigate, but immediately taking a stance to move things forward. All right, so we'll be going on a refreshment break soon, but before that, we'll be taking one of our panel sessions. It will be handled by very quickly, and I'm going to ask those who are going to be taking the panel sessions, because of time, we started about an hour and a half late, and it's a Friday. Many people are traveling back to various states. I'm going to be asking several people who are giving their presentations, please make it short. I know you've prepared a lengthy presentation, but because of time, so that people can also pay attention to what you're saying, keep it quite short. And so we will be juggling our panelist sessions because some of our panelists have gone to pray at the mosque, as we know today is Friday. And so we'll be dealing with the issue of youth-led innovation, tackling poverty and hunger through technology and entrepreneurship. And we'll be handling how young innovators are driving change in agricultural value chain. Also the role of technology, agri-tech, fintech, and digital platforms in solving food insecurity, supporting youth entrepreneurship to create jobs and sustainability, business in agriculture, and educational and financial tools to foster youth leadership in sustainable development. And this is what we're going to be doing. That's the next presentation we're going to be handling immediately after now. And as I repeat, after that, we'll be going on our first refreshment break, and we'll come back and there's a second refreshment break afterwards. But for now, let's put our hands together and welcome her. She's been here up before, the president of Shield Africa, Mrs. Senegal Michael Urokpo, as she comes to handle this panel session on youth-led innovation, tackling poverty and hunger through technology and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. Can we have the chairs for the panel session, please? Very quickly. So you can just bring it over here. That's fine. Okay, it's okay. It's just one person for this session, so that's fine. The rest, you want everything.
going to need help to move the podium. While that is being done, just a few recognitions that I didn't take before. I'd like to recognize Kemi Asuni, CEO SensePath Solutions Limited. Can we welcome her? Kemi, where is she, please? Oh, thank you very much. Apologies, and thank you. Thank you. All right, okay.
Yes, we can begin. Okay, hi everyone. I am particularly honored to moderate this session, even if I'm also the convener. This is a topic that is obviously dear to my heart. We're going to be exploring youth-led innovation, tackling poverty and hunger through technology and entrepreneurship. And it will be such an amazing privilege and honor to have a couple of young people, of which majority of them are under 35, who have on their own gathered courage, started their own businesses, thrived, and created jobs, and continue to cause transformation in their different industries. We have a lot of young people in the room. So this should be a platform to hear their stories, to learn from what they're doing, and to take it back to transform your world, drive profitability in what you're doing. Again, like His Royal Majesty said, there's a lot of potentials in Africa, but I believe the time has come for us to grow. I'm just talking about potentials to seeing the results from the young people. Truly, young people, we need to understand that we are no longer young. If you look at yourself, every day you are aging. It's a reality you must wake up to. And so stop thinking you are young. Before you know what's happening, you have to get married, you have to have children. So, and you see, the ceilings are being shattered by the day. So it continues to reduce. Take a break to go pray. Okay. So, but anyway, we'll go on. Also join me to welcome Oshone Anave, Vice President Operations, Thrive Agric. Okay, he's probably going to take a break as well. On this panel, join me to welcome the Managing Director, Trade Wave Limited, Chiazokam Obinwa. You're most welcome. Also welcome with me, Manager, Guarantee Trust Bank, Adams Audu. Okay, you're welcome. We will commence the conversation. Hopefully, the rest of our panelists join us in the course of the conversation. Adams Audu did not or is not here to answer questions relating to a business he opened, but as we go on with the discussion, you will understand why I have asked Adams Audu to join in the conversation. Alo Idoko, you are the creative director of Alo's Factory. And by the way, let me advertise her more. She made the dress I'm wearing. Yes. So it tells you that she's not joking with her business. There's a title she uses. She says she is made to clothe queens. Yes. She's made to clothe queens. That's what she believes. Now, I'm going to speak about her a little more because we have a lot of young men and women in the house. And if you agree with me, we are in the trend where it looks like fashion designers are taking over the world, especially from Nigeria. And we have somebody here who is a success story. Alos, that's her business name. Tell us, what did you do to stand out in the fashion space? A sector or an industry that is highly populated with so many, experts, so many people who are doing a thing or two. How come at this stage you are standing out and indeed you are clothing queens? What are you doing differently?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. So I didn't come from a very business savvy family. As a matter of fact, when I decided that I wanted to become a fashion designer, my parents had their reservation, especially my dad. He said, oh, that's something you do on the side. You go and get a job. And then I had an uncle who was a VC in a university, so he said, go and get a job in the university. Fashion designing is not sustainable. So I had my fears as well, but then I went for it. So the first thing I did, I knew that I had no experience and I didn't come from a family that I probably maybe watched my mom or dad do business. So I took self-development very, very seriously. So I first went to fashion school and then I attended a couple of trainings and most importantly, internship and mentorship. I think that's one thing this generation kind of have a problem with. They really don't want to submit and learn under someone. They feel like they are the woke generation and I can just do it. But mentorship and internship is actually a very vital key to success because where you're trying to go to, someone is already there. So you can just maybe go under someone and it shouldn't be for the money. Just gain knowledge and skills in whatever industry that you're trying to penetrate. Yeah, so I took self-development very seriously because in fashion school there were quite a number of us, but today I really cannot see anybody. When I look back or beside me, I can't see the people I went to fashion school with. So basically, maybe one of the things I did right was interning, because after fashion school, I interned with someone that was already doing very well in the industry. So internship and mentorship is a key factor to penetrating any industry at all as a fresher. So secondly, in whatever you're doing, I think vision is very important, because I remember that when I started, I felt like a little fish in a very big ocean, and I didn't know how to carve out a niche for myself. So when I found vision, that was when my business took a U-turn. And I looked at the industry carefully as at the time, and I noticed a problem that was in the industry, and it was the fact that almost everybody in the industry were doing the same thing. Maybe because the clothing that looked revealing and the clothing that the celebrities were wearing were the ones that were moving the market the most. So everybody was making those kind of clothes. So, but I noticed that modest fashion was not a thing. And even if you saw modest clothing, they looked boring. There was no flair, so it didn't even encourage people to want to wear them. So I saw that that was a problem in my industry. So I positioned to solve that problem. So I looked at fashion and modest fashion, and I said, okay, how do I make it more interesting and more appealing for women to want to wear these clothes, so that in as much as you are all covered, you still look confident and all of that. So basically that was the problem I tried to solve in my industry. And before I knew what was happening, it looks like it's modest fashion that is even taking the space these days. Yeah, so that was it. And then another important thing that brought me far and fast was the fact that I maximized the social media space very much. That platform has become something very vital to almost in fact, every organization and every business needs the social media presence. That's like the easiest way you can touch the whole world from wherever it is that you are. So I put in a lot of effort into getting traction from social media. Like, I gave it a whole lot of attention. And one of the things that you really want to look out for when you're trying to break into the social media space, you want to really invest in, you don't have to go for the big cameras like the photographers, but maybe you want to invest in a very good quality phone that would give you quality contents, because people are moved by what they see, especially in my industry. They are moved by what they see. So if you don't capture your whatever it is you're trying to sell properly and with a crisp quality, you most likely would not get the engagements you're looking for.
Yeah. I will really want to thank you. I'm sure we'll come back to you. Chiazokam runs TradeWave Limited, and he's also diversifying. And Chiazokam, tell us about TradeWave. And I want you to tell us about TradeWave, because I know a lot of young people, well, agriculture is truly important, but there's nothing wrong with diversifying while you equally implement agricultural projects. So tell us exactly how you set up TradeWave and what TradeWave does.
All right, all protocols duly observed. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you so much, Ma. And first of all, I'd like to say this before I start. I took a lot of comfort listening to His Royal Highness. Thank you so much, sir. When you put up the caveat that you're not really into agriculture, but you have people, I took a lot of comfort in that, because I felt very different having come into an agricultural event, having not been into agriculture myself. So thank you so much for that. It's a lot of comfort to me, and thank you so much. So TradeWave is a company that we built. We started 3 years ago, and we're into portfolio management, financial trading, and lately we're diversifying into real estate. So TradeWave is a company that was built out of passion. I was doing something and it wasn't working at the time. Then I decided to, first of all, I'm trained as a physical therapist. Then after school, when I was about to round up school, I began to ask questions like, what will I do after school? I knew I had a lot of passion for the medical field, but there was something about me that just made me to understand that I wasn't cut out for that field, and that is the fact that I was a bit too emotional. I remember a particular case where I was managing a patient in school, a stroke patient, and I burst into tears. And you can imagine that being a patient and your doctor is crying. That's the problem. So that let me know that this is a field I'll most likely want to leave as soon as possible. So I started planning my exit to go into something that I was a bit more cut out for, and that was financial trading for me. So I started TradeWave as a personal stuff, made some money, started managing people's funds also in brokerage accounts, and everything was going well. So I decided, okay, and because the industry that I am currently is a youth industry, kind of. The major players in the industry are youths between the age of, let's say, 17 to maybe 30, thereabouts. So quite a young population. And I decided to do something different because for most people in the industry, it's a matter of just survival. It wasn't business. It was a matter of survival. If there's no opportunity, okay, let's trade. Let's trade CFDs, let's trade commodities, let's trade stocks, make money, and have enough just for myself, my family, and all. But we decided to make an institution out of it. So I built a company out of what was a personal passion and a quest for financial freedom. And thank God for what it's doing today. Today we've helped hundreds of people to attain some form of level of financial freedom for themselves. We're doing it a lot also, especially in real estate right now. We're helping people to afford, their first properties, their first landed, becoming landlord for the first time, and I mean young people. So that's part of what we're doing, and I'm excited about the project that Shade Africa also has, which we're looking into partnering sometime. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Can we please put our hands together for Oshone Anave, VP Operations Thrive Agri? You're right on time, Oshone. Because right now we're exploring the very interesting topic on how we're talking about youth-led innovation, tackling poverty and hunger through technology and entrepreneurship. Oshone is Vice President Operations for Thrive Agri. If you go out there to study about this organization, you would see how they are truly transforming agriculture, and it's youth-led, from the owner to the staff. They're all young people. Oshone, am I correct? They're all young people, all young Nigerians, and they're continuing in blazing the trail in agriculture. So Oshone, I'm going to ask you the first question. Can you please tell us how young innovators like Thrive Agri are transforming the agricultural value chain to make it more efficient and sustainable? What is Thrive Agri doing differently to cause that agricultural transformation and sustainability in the agricultural sector as a youth-led organization?
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I'll stand on every existing protocol. So, Thrive Agri, I think from a youth perspective, I think it's important that, so what we've done over the years is deliberately, employ young people because there's the level of energy and, will I say, zeal that is required to push work and to be able to innovate, right? The young people have it. It's just that, unfortunately, in the beginning, I think agriculture has never been the very attractive sector. But I think in recent times, it's been very good. So we've had like, it's a deliberate sort of, even from our recruitment strategy, young ladies, young men, and we've had, there's a will I say, a strategy around building technology, training, building capacity of young people. So we have different programs that, we have one that's called TAP. It's sort of like a program that has to do with building technology for and training people to be able to build products, build software engineers, product engineers. And you'll see that between the age of maybe 25 to like 35, there's a lot of people being interested in this aspects of agriculture. So agriculture is no more that where you have to go to the farm every time to farm. You could be in data science, you could be in product management, you could be in sales, marketing, across the different value chains, right? So young people are very innovative, very, very, structured in their thinking, and you could, build them up in a certain way where they become like, as they grow, they become skilled people, And then because the way we run things at Tribe Agri, we run things at a point where young people are like sort of entrepreneurs. So entrepreneur means that you own an aspect of the business. So you're running, say, maybe the product and you own it. So the success of it matters to you, and you're thinking as to how to, innovate around it. So that has seen a lot of changes that has come into how we've grown over the years. So our strategy has always been to look out for young people and see how we can incorporate them in our system. And also for our farmers, there are a lot of projects we had that focuses on young people as well. So I think for me, that's been our strategy. It's just been a deliberate strategy. I think the older generation will believe that young people cannot do much, but I think we can, and we've seen it from what the likes of Tribe Agri have done and some other organizations out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Shone. There's something powerful that he said. There are varieties of opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and so everyone has a place in the sector. That's one interesting fact about agriculture. And I personally believe that agriculture is that one sector you can use to solve many problems. So when we're talking about a hunger challenge for a generation, when you practice agriculture, you're solving the problem of food security. Through agriculture, there's the need to prepare your land. You need to engage people to provide the inputs for you. For every one service provider you are impacting, you are helping 5 more people in the value chain. That's how interesting the sector is. So indeed, there is a place, there's an opportunity for everybody, young people, including people with disabilities. We heard Amarachi and we heard what she said, really powerful. And so that takes me to Audu. Mr. Audu, thank you once again for being here. For example, when we kicked off the Young Agripreneur Financing Scheme, where we support young people with inputs that they require to scale their businesses, we saw a problem there, and that was why we stepped in. The problem was a lot of young people really want to start off in agriculture, or they want to scale their businesses, but they do not really have the financing. Mr. Audu, as the manager of GT Bank, what are the, let's say, opportunities available, financial programs, financial opportunities available for young people that want to start off agriculture as a business? What is available? What packages are available for them, both from your bank, from the commercial bank, from the central bank, from the financial institutions? What is available for young people?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. I want to thank all the speakers for the wonderful insights into the sectors. And for Shield Africa for this milestone achievement, for bringing us together to see how we can collaborate to foster and ensure that we overcome the food insecurity that's bedeviling the country. Well, let me speak from a finance perspective. My friend once told me, just very recently, that nobody starts from the scratch. So I asked him why and how. He said, because if you have nothing, at least you have something. So I'm going to write on that. Well, I know most people want to start businesses, and they said the problem is finance. But truly, the problem is not finance. Finance just aids you or helps you to move faster than you should. Because of the relevance and importance of agric, most banks, even the fintechs, now have packages for farmers. The problem is people do not take advantage of these opportunities. And I'll speak for my bank, for instance. We have an agric desk. Solely what they do is agri-lending. And they see that your proposal is lending, and they see that your proposal is watery, or it doesn't hold water, it doesn't hold ground, they will not, because nobody wants to lose money, not even the central bank. So what our advice is, before you approach any financial institution, you should put your acts together, get the relevant information, know exactly what you want to do. If you want to do a poultry, if you want to do, what's it called, the normal farming where you till the ground. Farming is in diverse forms. First, you need to know what you want to do. Secondly, get the adequate information and have a watertight proposal. Then you approach the banks. They will, I repeat, they will listen to you, especially if they know that it's profitable and it's viable. And
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You heard him very clearly. They will listen to you. And just to round up, especially from the sustainability side, because this is one question that young people continue to ask. How can we access more financing? You have heard Mr. Audu, financing is not everything you need. You heard Mrs. Idoko, you need a vision, which is what she had. She had a vision, she drove it. But I would conclude by saying, you need to build credit history and you need to build a track record before you start seeking for assistance. Most times, people do not want to hear an idea. People want to see what you started. So, for you to ensure the sustainability of your business, a lot of processes must be put in place. There's something in the field of sustainability called ESG, which is something a lot of us, probably we need to have a separate conversation for that. But in summary, what that requires is you must ensure that economically, environmentally, socially, in terms of policies, you have put everything right. Some of us want to start businesses, we haven't even registered with CAC. Some of us want to start businesses and we're transferring funds for buying your seed from your personal account. These are the little issues. So you must start, even if it's 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, you must start building it little by little. You go and register with the right people, the right associations, the right organizations. Record bookkeeping is very important. Record your books. Make sure if you are buying something, you collect receipts and record it. Take accounts every week, every month, and take note of these things. When you're hiring people, don't just get your brother or your sister. It's good, but make sure that even if you're getting your brother or your sister, you train. You must build their capacity over time. And anybody you're getting, make sure they're qualified. When you're getting them, give them contracts. Don't say, it's my brother, come. No. Go and prepare, go to a photocopy machine, type the contract, date the contract, state what you pay that person. Write it there. End of the month, pay from the company account. Don't pay salary and just, give cash. These are the little steps we can take to ensure that whatever businesses we set truly is sustainable. And then when you run that model for 1 year, you will really be able to enter the best of strategic partnerships. It may not be the most of money initially, but you will build from there. You can even get a $10,000 $10,000 loan or grant. From there, you see that you're talking about grants in millions. But you have to start from somewhere. And in the process, you must ensure that you are keeping the right records. You are building credit history, you are ensuring integrity, and you are indeed building a sustainable business. Thank you all so much, experts, for this session. If you have any questions, do we have 1-2 questions we want to take? Okay, I will take the sister in the one in green. Let's take your question. One more question. Okay, so we take her question, and then we take the gentleman there. Your questions in 30 seconds. Direct your questions to the answer. Answer in 30 seconds. Okay, can she have a microphone? Let's have this very quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. You let us have your name, let's have your question, and let us know who you're directing your question to.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All protocol duly observed. My name is Azizat. I'm a farmer and founder of Food Heroes Agro Business Industry. My question is, most of the application or grants I always apply, they always say 18 to 35. Does that mean when you are age above 35, you can't be able to achieve your aims?
Who are you directing that question to?
I'm directing it to Thrive Agric.
Okay.
Thank you.
Answer the question.
All right. I think to answer that question, it will be, I think the thing with opportunities, first of all, let me just come from a broad point. There will always be criteria that different organizations will come up with. So it's the same way when you're seeking admission. Some people will say you should maybe finish with a 2-1 for masters, or some people will say you must have a master's to have a PhD. You must write this exam or that. Same thing. Same thing with NYC, same thing with anything. I think it just depends on the organizations. I believe there are grants out there that I know and I've seen that you could apply for even after you're 35. So if Thrive Agric, for example, says 35, don't blame Thrive Agric, really. If Shield Africa says 35 is the cap, don't blame. Look for the one that is outside 35. There's always different grants, right? Out there, and different opportunities, really. You've just not maybe searched enough. That's my take.
Thank you very much. I also believe that what Azizat is trying to do in this room this afternoon is he's trying to advocate that our programs be developed and designed in such a way that they include youths over the age of 35. I believe this is so because it is true that the average African, because of the peculiarities of the challenges that we face as Africans, some of us have not found our footing, even at 35. Some of us at 40, we're still struggling to get out of poverty. We're still trying to make ends meet. We're still trying to find admissions in school. Sometimes the systems are complicated. So it's not as straightforward as probably a first-class country. So I believe Azizat is trying to say, institutions in the room today, please consider that in developing your programs in the future, people above 35 should also be classified as youths. Yes. So we take note of that. There's something we did with our Shield Africa logo. If you look to my right and your left, just there where you see the logo, you would notice that there are 2 shades of orange. The brighter shade of orange signifies the younger youths. And the darker shade, I know when we opened our office, one of us on this panel actually asked, what is the significance of your logo? And we told them that the brighter shade of orange just there signifies the younger youths, while the darker shade signifies those above 35, meaning that we are quite deliberate with ensuring that people older than 35 are included in our program. So we will also ensure that we practicalize that. Second question, please. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daniel Anamali, and I'm the founder and CEO of DA Farms in Benin. We started this year, June, and a couple of 5 months now, we've been able to cultivate 17 acres of farms. That's cassava, maize, and oil palm inclusive. This is my question. As a young farmer, I observed that one of the major challenges we had is getting access to land. Yes, so this question is directed to Shield Africa and the federal government. So I want to know, how can you both come in to helping someone like me to get in, if not outright acquisition, but lease at a very, maybe at a cheaper rate? That's one. Then two, by second week of December, we'll start harvesting our maize. But what I want to do is, I don't want to sell everything at that raw, when you take to the market. And so my dream is to process, like everything that has to do with agriculture, from cultivation to management to processing and storage. I've gone around Benin, and I observed that I've not been able to see somewhere you can take your maize to in large quantity. Like we have 6 acres of maize. We want to harvest and process, when you have maize, you remove the cob, the seed from the cob, and then you can sow it until it's dry, because we want to supply companies that are into cereals, that they use maize.
So what you want to know is
yes,
how you can?
Yes, how can you come in to helping us harvest and preserve what we do?
Okay,
Yes,
okay. Okay, there are 2 questions. What's your name, sir?
Daniel.
Okay, there are
Adamali.
2 questions Daniel has asked. He raised a fundamental challenge, which is that access to land remains a challenge for, let's say, budding entrepreneurs who are entering into the agricultural space. What we've done, sir, is to bring very key people who have answers to those questions into the room today, from state government to traditional government. State government, traditional government, federal government, those are the people who have authorities over land administration, especially even at the local government level. So I strongly believe that, first of all, in the areas where we work in Shield Africa, we have very strong partnerships with our government, and we are ensuring that the people we work with in that area truly have access to land. For example, in Benue State, we got 250 acres of land, which is what we will be using for the Shield Africa Farmers Academy. And we didn't, yes, I think it's very much in order to celebrate the Benue State government for that. And we did not have to struggle to get it. And so what we can do is, as we expand the program, we hope to be in Benin, and we hope that we'll be able to find a very similar program to execute. We'll find the right platforms to execute. And then for processing, we may not have immediate answers to what can be done, but I still believe that it boils down to more and more partnerships, just trying to make sure that we penetrate as much areas as possible. We build partnerships both with your government, with like-minded organizations doing amazing things in that sector. But rest assured, I'm sure we'll get there one of these days.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're pressed for time, so we'll have to end the panel sessions. But I know many of you have questions, so if you do, feel free to reach out to us on our handles. Direct your questions. If you need us to maybe have a session on Zoom, I'm sure before the end of the year, I can personally organize something to answer most of the questions that you have. But for now, we have to say thank you very much for listening to these panelists, this amazing team of panelists. They've been amazing. Thank you all so much. We want to hand over to Reward and the amazing Sandra. Thanks once again, and good afternoon.
If you're clapping, you can do better. All the things we learned for free. Go for it. Internship, mentorship, social media, quite a lot of things from this insightful session. Thank you so much. would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oshone Anav, Vice President, Thrive Africa. You're welcome, sir. So, like I promised in the beginning, I'll tell you some stories. So briefly, I'll tell you one now. Growing up, there were certain professions people did not like, and when you mentioned it, they'll probably have a, God forbid. Can anyone help me with some of those professions? I'm hearing it, yes? Farmer. Who else can help us? Teacher. But look at us today, organizing this conference to celebrate our agripreneurs. Put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. So that shows that we all need unity in diversity, and no one is more important than the other. So next, we're going to be going for our first refreshment break, and I would like to announce some information to help us go about orderly. So during this break, please, our dignitaries will be leaving the hall first, and afterwards, there will be a batch of 50 persons going out orderly. Please follow the instructions of the protocol. They're here to serve you, so just follow their instructions when they're directing you. Thank you. And also, please do not litter, and food is not allowed into this auditorium. So please take your breaks, your refreshments, where it will be provided. And also, lastly, we're admonished to come back to the hall promptly, as we have so many exciting things to share with you furthermore. Thank you so much, and give yourself a round of applause. So now, we'll be going out. Our dignitaries will be leaving the hall.
Can the protocol, please?
I think you should announce how long this break is for, how many minutes, so that we watch it and come back quickly.
I'm going to now for the break, please. If you can spend as little as 10 minutes, please do, because it's just snacks and a little drink. We don't have much time, and we have much to do. We also have the awardees that are going to be, they're going to receive their grants afterwards. And also know that when we're done, on your way out, you'll be given your actual lunch pack to take. This is just snacks, a tea break, really, just to keep you awake, and then come back to the hall. So what we'll do, can the protocol please escort the dignitaries out? And the rest of us will remain in the hall, and then after the dignitaries are sorted, and we'll now move in batches of 50 very quickly, very quickly. Thank you. So when you go there, just take your snacks, take your drink immediately, come back. If you don't want to eat it, you are free to bring it back, but you cannot eat inside the hall, please. Thank you. When we come back, the traditional dancers, please come and set up for your presentation. Traditional dancers, come and set up for your presentation. So once we get back, we can move.
Check 1 2. Check. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Mic check 1 2. Check.
Round of applause, please. Welcome back from the refreshments break for our second panel session on integrative approaches to poverty alleviation, linking food systems and economic empowerment. With a round of applause, let us welcome Mrs. Dauda Olamide.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. My name is Olamide Dauda, founder and chief technical officer of Impact Point. I would like to stand on existing protocols. Please permit to invite today to the panel Honorable Idris Ajimobi, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development. For the sake of time, I will not introduce their profiles. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Adebayo Adeleke, President of Adebayo Adeleke LLC. You're welcome. Next is Mr. Paul Bryant, a management consultant in various areas. You're welcome. And finally, Mr. Elias Bakare, Director of Markets and Partnerships for Trinergy Africa Growth Limited. Thank you. Distinguished panelists, into which we only have 20 minutes. Our panel discussion this afternoon is going to be looking at how do we champion integrative solutions that would address deeply intertwined challenges of food insecurity and poverty. Over the past 4 years, we've had the distinct pleasure of working in places like Adamawa and Kebbi states with smallholder farmers. His Royal Highness and our distinguished presenters today have highlighted both some of the challenges and the opportunities. So without wasting any time, Mr. Adebayo, I'd like to address the first question to you. His Royal Highness spoke about the mutuality of security, right? Linking food security to security, a subject which I know you're very passionate about and have vast knowledge and experience there. So I'd like you to please speak to the role of smallholder farmers in creating food secure and economically stable communities. What can we do to support them?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. The small farmers, they are where the rubber meets the road, and the Royal Highness actually made mention of it, the issue of food security and the issue of insecurity. Securing the small farmers who've been a bit the bedrock of it all, because and if you look at it as well, if you look at the bane behind insecurity in Nigeria is actually food security. But again, it's a function of chicken or egg, which one comes first? Is it the insecurity that birthed food insecurity? Is it the physical insecurity that birthed food insecurity? Or the food insecurity that birthed the whole thing in food security? But we've yet to, our research and data have yet to uncover that. But so far, what we've discovered in the data that we've aggregated over the course of time is the number one issue that is plaguing farmers across the 6 geopolitical zones is insecurity, regardless if you are prone to it or not. But small farmers, they are the engine of food security in Nigeria. And you know what? I'm going to deviate a bit. I know everyone that has spoken today have really pounded on agriculture be the pathway to food security. I joined the food security, bandwagon or domain, not from an agriculturalist perspective. I came from a human security perspective, because food security is a human security function and has an interdisciplinary approach to it. I don't see agriculture as the main bane to what is plaguing food security. I see it as one of the major areas, because we have logistical issues. We have human capital issues that are actually plaguing, that actually has more pressing need over this. So, but to answer your question, the small farmers, they have to be educated, and we have to be able to move their product from where they are farming to the market. So for that to happen, we have to have infrastructure. Nigerians, we do not have enough roads. Our roads are inadequate, let's be real. Our infrastructure, Nigeria has, 50,000 kilometers of paved roads. That's very shameful, but we need more roads. I know Nigerians were complaining about Lagos-Calabar Road some point few weeks ago, but that's not even the problem. We need every inch of Nigeria to be accessible for us, because there are 4 domains of food security. There is food affordability, there is food availability, there is food sustainability, and there is food quality and safety. So for food to be available, every farmer must have access to it. And more importantly, we have to protect the farmers. 52 years is the average age of Nigerian farmers. Do they have health care? And that's for those that are actually able to go to farms. And the ones that don't have the ability to go to farms, what are we doing to prevent security? Everyone is in charge of their own security. It's not a function of the government. For some reason, we've had this idea that government is the only one that is able to provide security. It's everyone's responsibility to provide security. So small farmers, farmers' education, provide their access to market. And I think those 2 points are the real key identifier that we can actually help the small farmers. And from that, we might be able to move Nigeria from food insecure to food secured.
Thank you very much. Now, building for that, yes, it does deserve a round of applause, actually. Food security is a function of human security. Mr. Elias, I know you have vast experience in different value chains, and just speaking to one of the key outcomes of this panel, how do we effectively link sustainable food systems with economic empowerment, particularly in vulnerable communities, in practical terms?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. I think it's very important to understand where we are, especially given the Nigerian context of agriculture. So you have about how many now? About 60 million thereabout smallholder farmers, right? And yes, smallholder farmers. But that's not the issue. The issue is what exactly or who exactly is a smallholder farmer, right? A smallholder farmer is farming on maximum an hectare or two, right? And when you think about the economics of that, then you understand that it's almost impossible to move them from where they are in terms of below the poverty line to a phase where they can classify as an income, a middle income earner in that sense. And so when you now think about the effort that we keep applying to this target audience, the efforts are towards, how can we improve what they are doing? Which is good, which is fantastic. But I think we need to start thinking about how do we scale the smallholder farmer from a smallholder farmer to a mid-scale farmer to a commercial farmer. And that journey needs to be very clear. Because if we don't achieve that, we can't achieve scale. And I'll take us back a bit so we understand exactly how we got to where we are in terms of even dominance in value chains. So today, Nigeria is the highest producer of cassava, right? But how did we get here? So typically, cassava is a crop that some communities even call lazy man's crop. Because once you plant it, you're most likely it's going to grow, right? In a place in Isanyi is known to be heavy on cassava production. If you take just an hour or two to Shaki believe that cassava is for lazy men. And so they're dominant on yam. But where am I going? My point is this. This audience, right, started from, there's a farmer, you farm this year, you had your output, you tell your neighbor that, hey, see my yield, and it's like, oh, this is good. It's going to cultivate it's going to give you some stems, because stems are basically the aftermath of you planting cassava, right? And that went on. And so easily we could achieve scale. But that did not mean that we were actually productive. It only meant that we were utilizing the land that was anyways available to produce. So today, what we have is, we have assets that is underutilized, including farm assets. And so I'm coming down to the fact that that's the reason why it's difficult to finance a farmer. Because the asset that they should have, that should be valuable, which is the land which they've cultivated, is still underutilized. And so when you look at the business model that they operate in, it is very, very negligible, and your banks cannot bank them. And so it's a very important point. Now, we've utilized several models to strengthen smallholder farmers. We've used a common model called outgrow programs, which I know is very, very popular, right? And there are critical areas that we must always consider, always. And within these areas, we must be looking at not just providing input or providing external services, but looking at how do we scale these farmers? How do we create an aspiration for them? The same way in your corporate world. When you start as an entry level, in 2 years, you're planning to get a promotion, right? Exactly. We need to build aspiration within these programs so that we can help these farmers grow. When you start at entry level in any job, you don't hope to be there for 10 years, right? Because if you're there for 10 years, most likely inflation will catch up with you, right? And the value of the money you're going to be earning will decline over the years. It's the same thing when we keep having the same basket of smallholder farmers expanding without really intervening. A few approaches here, just to round up. The first thing I will say is, and this is really low-level strategy, if we have farmers in the house, right? The first thing is that we need to encourage peer-to-peer learning, knowledge sharing. I've been on several projects across the country in about 33 states, and repeatedly you'll find that within clusters, farmers are having different results. And then when you bring them into a room, you see someone there that is a star person saying, oh, he's doing this, he's doing that, in the same cluster. So also small cells. We have to create small cells. We may call them cooperatives, but critically, they must be closely knitted so that we can enforce, we can create a medium through which we can, we can deploy resources to them. They can share, different services. I think that's also very critical.
It has introduced over time. I could speak of the National Animal Transformational Plan and the LPRESS initiative, which is meant to help boost growth and stimulate the economy. Yes, the government can introduce also initiatives in the which is actually very important, because a lot of the difficulties a lot of farmers are facing today have to do with lack of financial support needed to grow in their various businesses, and that is something that is necessary in order to improve the sector. But we're currently working on a lot of initiatives, and hopefully we should in the first quarter of the next year, we should start seeing some initiatives being put on ground.
Something to you. That's a very good question, and I want to attest to that question with a sense of who I am and where I'm coming from. I'm a Jamaican, born in Jamaica. My wife is Niger. You understand the change, right? Agreed. I successfully headhunted to America. Then I became the strategic planner of Jamaica. From ground zero to at least 90% of where they ought to be. And the interesting thing is, which I wanted to say, farmers are actually farming families. They're not farmers, they're families farming together. And one of the misconceptions is, one of the smallholder farmers tend to be mostly women. Me, I did learn from them. Now, as a consultant, my role is not to sit in an armchair and tell them what to do. My role is to find a way to solve problems for them so they can achieve the doing. And one of the problems that we have, which is one of the barriers I want to talk about, is this. There's this preconceived concept that consultants are supposed to sit in an armchair in a AC office and come out and deliberate change to make change happen. Do you understand? My approach was different. I went and lived in the community. I sweat with them, mosquito bite me. I experienced the fact that where you have to eat food, where it wasn't really, for me, you know, as a Jamaican, we love our fish. But anyway, but the part of the puzzle is that you're never going to be able to understand what farmers are going through unless you have consultants that are living amongst them. This is a key. Now, one of the problems I wrote down on my phone, I'm going to talk about it now, is one. You know, I'm a baby boomer. I'm not a millennial. Amen. Millennials have experience. Sorry, baby boomers have experience. Millennials have knowledge. It takes more than knowledge to bring about sustainable change. It takes experience. And so I heard one person said, what are the barriers? Number one, I really got annoyed in my skin. You know, we Jamaicans, we don't take things easy. If you are going to succeed and I'm going to die succeeding, so be it. Age. I heard about somebody said that it's part of the system that when you apply, how can 35 years of age constitute a young people? How is that? It's not possible. How can you be 35? But anyway, that is the woke system that we've encountered now. So the reality is, age is a legacy of colonial thinking. It's called divide and rule. You understand? There should be no criteria to prevent anybody at any level to access any resource. That is the reality. Just pardon my my religious.
Thank you.
Excellency.
We just have about a minute and a half or so.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. They said a minute now, so quickly. Land. Let's talk about land. Let me be quick. Land is not the problem in Nigeria. It's individual access by individuals to get land. Because if you don't know, you can only get access if you know somebody of importance. That's the problem. And they have to destabilize this mindset. I could go on about arable land, but I will move on quickly because of time. I also wrote just-in-time capital. Somebody says you must go through the process and the process will get you to capital. It's not so. It's not a question of application. The bankers have a misconception of how to support people that have no equity at all. I know this. I tell you why I know this. Because my father was a poor man. You understand? But he gave me an education. But I'm still a bushman with an education. The other matter is the systematic, here's my favorite one, is the systematic mindset dislocation from reality. What does that mean? Do you know what's crippling Nigeria? Is mindset. 100%. The problem is that we have to get away at looking at problems with food security, and I'm going to be a little bit academic because I was a professor, but it's not necessary. I always tell Lamide that the letters before my name don't mean anything. My wife doesn't call me Dr. Bryant. My children don't call me Dr. Bryant. They just call me Daddy or Sweetie. So the name of academics by letters don't prove anything. I'm telling you. What is the problem is that the academic establishment has developed a methodology of solving problems that goes back to the Victorian period. That's the problem. And they don't understand that the barrier is if you give the millennials who have knowledge but not wisdom, they don't have wisdom. That comes with years and gray hair. I never see a gray hair millennial. If you give them that, then they will be in a position to bring about pragmatic solutions that are based within the context of the community and not the academic community. I could go on, but I'm busting my time. So
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to just conclude, first of all, by thanking you, Mrs. Osenega, for convening this summit. I think something has been missing throughout, the course of the discourse, that this whole effort is entirely self-funded and is private sector driven. So as we conclude this panel, yes, please, it does deserve a round of applause. What solution are you driving? We complain about government, we complain about the challenges, but the quality of Nigeria is going to be determined by our level of investment in her, how we love her, how we respect her, how we honor her. If it's not T-Pain, it's something else. But I spent most of my childhood years, and quite frankly, even as an adult, I'm still stuck with God bless America. What are you saying about Nigeria? To our distinguished panelists, thank you so much for your insights and experience. I know that we're constrained by time. I like that we also took the time to really appreciate the role of smallholder farmers, because they really are the engine room of food security in Nigeria. Mr. Elias, you spoke about skill and aspiration. Honorable Idris, we do look forward to seeing the fruits of some of the investments that government is making in terms of research and development and those policy frameworks, which sometimes, yes, it takes time to feel the benefits of those. And from our distinguished baby boomer, we gleaned from the local wisdom that you have shared with us about basically being embedded and adopting a community-based approach to dissect the problem so that we can prefer the solution. So it's been a real honor. Thank you so much for your time. Now, do we have time for questions or?
We could manage one or two questions. There's a gentleman at the back there with the first person. Yeah, you stand up. You raised your hand first. Yes, you. Thank you. And we could take a lady. Is there any lady who has a question? The lady, please, you can stand up too. So we can just take two. We would love to take more, but it is already after 4, and we have quite a bit we need to tidy up, please.
Okay, thank you. Just a straight one. I want to make an appeal to the question is actually how the federal government will come in helping. One thing I observe is this: there are foodstuffs that are cheaper across the geopolitical zones. Like in the north, there are crops that grow easily, that are easily grown in the north, also in the south. And that means that there will be a lot of movement of goods across from the south to the north. And the reason why the foodstuffs are very expensive, especially in the city center, is because the road network connecting the city center to the villages are very deplorable.
All right, thank you. So the question is, what can the federal government do in terms
they need
of
to come
transportation?
Very important.
I would hand over her, even though I'm tempted to ask you a question, but I would allow you to answer. My question would be, what do you think we can do about it? But I'm going to allow the panelists to answer that question.
Yes, I think this is a perfect question for Mr. Adebayo Adeleke to respond to. Also talk about contributing individual efforts. He self-funded a study on the food security index and has lots of insights as to the reasons for these price variations. But I think also just to highlight the issue of cost, it's really, again, a whole of society approach. So there's a role of government in providing enabling infrastructure, enabling policy security to deliver the commodities to our footsteps. However, I think there is a much broader issue which I'd defer to you to please address.
Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, good. Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, when it comes to the prices of food, I look at the price arbitrage. I call the across geopolitical zone. There's so many factors therein. From recent research that we've just conducted, from fuel subsidy to whatnot, but if you've traveled Nigerian roads, you understand how chaotic it is. You understand how, in some areas, very austere. But so let me paint a big picture for you. Yes, the state and the federal government have responsibility to provide supply chain infrastructure, which the road is one of them. But besides that, there is also storage issues. We only have 33 strategic grain reserves. And from my research, only a couple of states have independent and secondary storage. The rest of the states don't have any. So you can kind of picture what that is looking like. So I'm just kind of painting the picture so you can see how the price kind of change across geopolitical zones. So I'll give you a prime example. We followed the truck from Kano to Lagos, right? Left, he paid all kind of legal taxation, which half of them doesn't make to the local government. That's in the garages, that's one part. The aggregator will call Lagos State Mile 12, like what's the price of the basket of tomatoes, right? And then they'll be like, okay, this is the basket of tomatoes. Then they will now fix the price. That's one part. Once they move, once they move south of Niger, they get taxed by every community until they get to Lagos. So now just put on that. So the price of 30-ton truck of tomato from Kano to Lagos, I think the last time I checked this week was 1.7 million. So now factor that into all this. So, and then of course, the illegal taxation by our security operators on illegal checkpoints across the nation. So I'm just giving you the picture of it. So apart from the road infrastructure, which is governmental responsibility, there are also human factors. Nigerians are in the way of Nigerians.
All right. Then do we have the microphone for the second question? Okay, you wanted to go ahead. Do we have the microphone for the lady? Please, can we be quick? Does any other member of the panel want to respond, add to what was said while the microphone is getting across? If not, we're good. She's in front here. Please raise your hand so that they can see you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. It's been insightful so far. My name is Sozo. I'm a farmer, a field farmer. And for the first time, I feel I've been going for this kind of things. And for the first time, I think I heard somebody speak the heart of farmers. And that's our uncle, Baby Boomer. And my question, yes, because the fabric that makes up the farm world or the agric world is totally different from the corporate world. But we tend to interweave the two and we mix it all up. So that's why we have the kind of structures and policies that don't really, work well for the agric or for the agripreneur. I hope this is addressed. So my question is to the financial guys, as bankers. I'm asking, with what he has said, because we're all here to learn, how will the bank restructure their mindsets and policies to finally finance the farmer without all the current bureaucracies that you already have existing? Because the farming structure is a totally different ballgame. So I think there needs to be a restructuring of our mindset and how to handle farmers. Thank you.
Elias, I feel like I can defer this question to you around how, essentially, I think what she's asking is, how do we de-risk investment for agripreneurs?
Thank you very much. And again, I like to, I'm very passionate about smallholding, right? And when you think about the fact that the most, honestly, that the most, for bankers, I'm not a banker, by the way, but I've just done a lot of work, with them and across, just raising money and all of that. For anyone that has money that wants to deploy capital, you are looking for where you have the lowest risk, right? And the honest truth is, because your goal is return on investment, right? So if you're not someone that has like passion for agriculture, you're really not looking at the sector. You don't see, maybe it's farmers or not. What you're saying is, if I put my money here, what's coming out? That is the real conversation, right? And so as a result, you would first, as you would know, your banks would tilt towards oil and gas because it's very clear, the model is clear. There's the vessel coming in, it needs financing, they send in some millions of dollars. Once it gets there, everything is tied with contract, right? So it's airtight. And so they understand that, and they feel like once the money goes in, it's coming out. They look at track record over time. It has been consistent, right? And so they put more of their investment on that side. But now to agriculture. Fortunately, I was on a study recently on aquaculture, right? And I want you to just buttress a point, just to answer your question. And we were looking at how do we enlighten banks to finance aquaculture businesses, smallholder farmers. Studied some folks in Kano and Ijebu-Ode, one cluster called Eriwa in Ijebu-Ode. Something was interesting about the cluster in Eriwa. And what was that? They were organized in a manner that I've not seen before, right? If you go to that cluster, how many people are aware of that cluster? Eriwa, Ijebu-Ode, anyone? Okay, great. If you go to that cluster, they are very organized. Before you even get admitted, you go through a thorough onboarding. Well, detailed training. Mortality rate in fish farming is about 10%. That is the average. There, they're experiencing less than 1%. You literally have no reason to fail, right? And so, I think the real answer is we need to think through ecosystem approach. Create ecosystems where whatever enters will prosper. How do that make sense? And so, for an individual, for instance, your goal is, how do I, especially when you're selecting where to operate. And this is similar when it comes to deciding where you want to locate any business, right? You will do something they call location analysis and find the best spot where to situate the business. The same thing applies for farming. I tell people, it's not enough to come and say, I have one line somewhere, and I want to farm with it. It may not be the right place to situate that farm. Don't force it. Because once you force it, and you're in a location where you're far from the market, you're far from, you're far from support, you'll most likely be stranded. So first thing is, ensure you get the right location, right? And then make sure you're within an ecosystem that can help you succeed. And when I say ecosystem, I mean all the support you will need. If you realize that, what you're trying to do, there's already a cluster where you can, jump in and you can get support from other people that are in the space, please play there. Because if you're in agriculture, right, you need to have support systems around you. Very important. Support system is very critical. Once you're isolated, it becomes a challenge.
Thank you very much.
It becomes a challenge. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question so far. I'm sure that answers the question. From everything they have said, and I think the same particular point has been hit over and over again, the need to change our mindset about things. As Nigerians who've had some issues for a while, our reflex to problems is to complain about it and to say it's not going to work. And from listening to him saying, sometimes that's not the problem. The issue is that you need to change your approach to the particular matter, and we need to come into communities to do things that we could not do individually. Please put your hands together for the panelists once again. Thank you very much. I'd like to announce that after they go down, we will have the cultural dance, and then we'll have His Royal Highness speak. And before His Royal Highness goes downstage, we're going to ask others, everyone, all the VIPs to come up stage and take a picture together. So we have that picture. We didn't do it earlier on, and so we can have that done. So Normally, we should, as a photographer ready, okay, you can just stand up and take this particular group session photograph, and then when you step down, we'll have the traditional troupe perform, and His Royal Highness will then come up, and then we'll take the general group picture. No, okay. So, no, it was, we wanted him to come afterwards. We didn't want to bother him to go up and, sorry, sir, Your Royal Highness. Okay, but since he's already up, we didn't want to bother him. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. You know, as we say in Nigerian parlance, if I vex, I will do it. This is not the type of thing you will vex and do. There is no amount of vexing that will make it possible. So please, a round of applause for that very wonderful, rich, excellently done cultural heritage of ours. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving to a very special address. And would like to introduce him immediately for his address. I would like to begin the introduction by saying he's an astute administrator, an academician, a philanthropist, a linguist, journalist, and dogged defender of the poor and downtrodden, a cultural reservoir of the Tiv people who spent several years in Benue civil service on his and until his enthronement as the Goa West Monarch 15 years ago, who has also served on the Sultan of Sokoto's committee between 2007 and 2009, herders and sedentary farmers, which made recommendations for the establishment of the Ministry of Livestock Development, now actualized by President Bola Tinubu. This man has been appointed on many committees on farmers and on many committees for herder crisis in different times by previous government in Benue State and by previous governments in Nigeria, and on border issues between Benue and her neighbors, and as well as gerrymandering of traditional stools in the state. Above all, a prolific author who writes effortlessly on sundry issues. He is a full-time farmer and a distinguished excellency and a gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we put our hand together and give a very respectful applause as we welcome His Royal Highness Abonte Ayua Daniel, Tate Yoshing and Chairman, Goa West Traditional Council, Naka, Benue State. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause, please? We salute his patience. He's been here since morning and has started and waited patiently for us. We salute his kind-heartedness, and we appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Let us put our hands together for God Almighty for making this event possible. My colleague, the Haman Bachama, and namesake, Daniel Ismaila, in absentia. My deputy governor, Samode, who was represented by Princess Benita Shulua, daughter of the Tosankara we buried recently. Other distinguished invited guests. Let me recognize members of my immediate constituency, the journalism profession, the fourth estate of the realm. You're all recognized in your media, whether electronic or print. Thank you as I see you here. I know you do justice to your friend and royal father in Benue, to what I will deliver. I would like to begin to expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers, Shield Africa, for Sustainability and Development Initiative, for the honor of inviting me to deliver this special address to the summit. I am truly appreciative of this opportunity to share my thoughts on a matter so essential to the progress of the Nigerian state and African continent. as a journalist, a bureaucrat, and a traditional ruler, I am deeply committed to advancing development and fostering positive change. This commitment makes me eager to engage in discussions that drive sustainable growth, and I had no hesitation accepting this invitation. I commend the organizers for their tireless work in advancing Africa's development through meaningful initiatives and impactful interventions. Let me especially thank the President and Chief Executive Officer, SHID Africa, Mrs. Senegal Oropo, wife of Encounter Jesus Ministry worldwide, for safeguarding Africa's interest. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to speak on the topic, the role of traditional leaders in creating supportive environment for agri-business development. In making this presentation, I have been asked to take into cognizance access to land for agriculture, promoting security and business to encourage investment in agriculture business, and encouraging youth and women to actively participate in agricultural opportunities. This special address in no small measure has the toga of an academic research work, and I will treat it as such. I take caveat and also issue caveat to the MC regulating time. To what has been happening. In recent years, there has been growing interest from both local and international investors in Africa, agribusiness, potential. Government, development agencies, and private investors are increasingly recognizing agriculture as a viable economic growth. Several African countries, including Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, for example, have introduced policies aimed at improving agricultural value chain, attracting investment, and supporting small and medium-sized enterprises. Programs such as African Development Bank's Feed Africa Initiative, African Union Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, CADP, are working to enhance the sector productivity and sustainability, particularly in countries with high dependency on agriculture, like Nigeria. Despite potential development of agribusiness in Africa, it faces significant challenges. As we already highlighted by other speakers, we have poor infrastructure, yes. We have inadequate transportation network, lack of storage facilities, unreliable electricity, creates substantial barriers. We have market access and reduce all that has to do with impediment to agri-sources. I will never bore you with all that. But let me move straight to some points that have been pinned down to elucidate. We look at facilitating access to land for agricultural ventures. Access to land is a pivotal factor in agribusiness. Traditional leaders often control or influence land allocation. That's what I do. I believe the founder gave you a testimony from Benue that she has unhindered access to land. We are ready to do more. For instance, in my local government, Gwe West local government has an expanse of Fadama that runs 34 kilometers at the coastal fringes of River Benue, which is left untapped because of the epidemic of insecurity. Traditional rulers are intermediaries in resolving conflict, whether they involve dispute, whatever shape or size. In this case, whenever you move into Benue to get land, I don't think His Excellency Hassan Talia will just sit down and say, go to that side of the state and then annex land as you want it, most especially in Nigeria, but we have decreased food sufficiency. and reliance on imports, naira devaluation, higher fuel and cost of transportation. Armed conflicts, kidnapping, and banditry have scaled down the agribusiness and contributed to what we have as food crisis. Nigeria has 70.8 million hectares of agriculture land area capable of providing maize, cassava, guinea, and all the crops you can talk about. But this is not being tapped fully. And this has pushed us to the case of state police. Many people look at Amotekun and Agogwebu as non-conventional, and they even tag, at times, they have been tagged as, ragtag security arm or militia for the state government. We can transmute them into what we can call conventional police, and state police here makes things much, much desirable. We must have the state police in Nigeria. There should be no two ways about it. Even budgeting, the Maputo Declaration, which specifies 10% budgetary provision to agriculture for African countries, the federal government made a partly allocation in 2024 budget of 362.9 billion naira, representing only 1.2%, after the initial provision of 28.7 trillion that was slashed down by the National Assembly. That's not the best way to go for agriculture in this country. The issue of insecurity will make me to comment on the recent callous kidnapping and murder of the Emir of Gobil in Sokoto, Alhaji Isa Muhammad Bawa. This is a gory picture of insurmountable spate of insecurity in the land. When this kind of incidents occurs, the immediate victims are the farming communities who live in morbid fear and paralyzed by the threats of abduction. The international investors receive advisories from their embassies to steer clear of nations or states considered as kidnap or criminal hotbeds. These challenges underscore the need for traditional leaders to adapt, partner with government, as already spoken, and we must do one thing: ascribe roles to traditional rulers to tackle insecurity. We must do that in this country. Time has come for us to allow traditional rulers to have constitutionally guaranteed roles, not just mere mentioning them about advisory in the Constitution. Advisory doesn't make sense. Somebody who needs you to give advice can only call on you when he needs advice. We must have that enshrined in our grand norm. I will give you 6 major recommendations, and I'm going to read through them. In order to bridge the gap between the customary and the formal land management system, we must create a framework, which I mentioned. Then traditional rulers must be equipped of the knowledge to do the needful. We must integrate land rights into formal legal frameworks that will clarify the role of traditional rulers to avoid ambiguity in handling land issues to create unhindered access to land to investors. Traditional rulers can play a transformative role by championing gender and youth inclusive in agriculture. Such programs as Shield Africa has just exhibited or is ongoing is where we will do our best. We can shift this program to the rural base so that we can have a vast majority of our people to participate in it. Then, in order to strengthen the traditional leaders in local governance, albeit constitutionally, we must guarantee their roles in the Constitution, and all African countries must do this. We must show commitment to the issue of insecurity by adopting measures and technologies that will minimize or rather drastically reduce insecurity in this nation to enable us go into our farming feed and do the needful to give us the best to avoid food crisis or food insufficiency and guarantee whatever the agency is set out to achieve. Like in my own local government, let me just give you one single example. Across Benue, across the river Benue, that has, my local government shares a common border with Nasarawa. On the northern part of Doma, we have the Olam. It's a foreign investor. They took over the large portion there. And that has created a pull and push factor across Benue. So we are of the opinion that the foreign investors, wherever they may be and whatever capacity they may be, are free to move into Benue. We have large land to give for larger mechanized system of farming in Benue, most particularly in my own local government, where I preside as a royal father. Thank you and God bless you.
A round of applause for His Royal Highness Abomti.
Please, I intend to take leave of you because if you watch me very well, even sitting down for 4 hours is against my physician's prescription. I recently underwent serious surgery, and that has already compounded issues. And I so much value Mrs. Orokpo and the ministry that made me to move in from Benue to at least show my presence for this great program of Shield Africa. And I think you will all allow me to take leave of you now that I have a word with you.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a much valued opportunity for me to join you today and to share with you the passion and the experience, the knowledge, and drive together towards achieving sustainable rural development, sustainable development, sustainable agriculture, and everything that we need to do to be able to build economies and involving young people and women. From my background professionally, just to add a little bit of the profile that she gave, I've worked with a lot of women's groups, helping them to strategize on the initiatives and ideas for improving themselves in rural areas. I have assisted in fundraising, proposal development, strategic planning, and a lot of that. I've worked for United Nations Children's Fund, working with families and vulnerable children. So the working with women for me is not just a passion, a profession, it's a calling. So it's a privilege for me to be here. I think we have heard a lot in terms of what needs to be done to drive rural development, to drive agriculture, focusing on this, developing and supporting young people and women. I don't want to repeat a lot of that, but just summarizing to say that the policies, the legal structure, the plans at national level you should be able to see yourself in them as a young person, whatever vocation that you are in, see yourself in that policy for agriculture, that policy for economic development and everything, and the laws and the regulation framework should also protect you, protect your enterprise. So we are saying that we have to start at that macro level to ensure that the policy and planning and programming framework does include and recognize the role of youth and women, as I'm going to talk about women. And going facilities, industries, transportation and infrastructure, we are talking about more strain on women. That is why we need to empower them. In the area of environment, women, they keep the home clean. They are the ones who know where the waste comes from, how to collect it, and so forth. And we must recognize them as key players in sustaining our environment, including as they go out into the wild, as they go around our environment. They are ones that we can rely on to preserve and to keep our environment.
In the homes, these are home keepers. These are ones that care for everybody from the children, and they are the ones when there's problem in the community, people are sick and so forth. We see the women going around, they provide help, they provide care, and they are the ones really at the brunt of the problems we are talking about. How can we empower women to play an active role in rural development? We prioritize agriculture. I believe also that agriculture can be a center from which different activities can thrive and different other economic sectors can be, connected. There are indigenous agricultural development or agriculture practices that women are involved in. Farming, they collect produce from the farm, into industries, into businesses that can help to produce more for the market as they want to generate or they need to generate incomes for themselves. So the first thing that must happen is for us all that are involved in development programming to change the way that we see women in business. To a lot of extent, a lot of us and a lot of people think that women in business, maybe they are not strong enough, maybe they don't know enough, and so forth. If we change our mindsets about women, we will be able to position them rightly in the myriad of development, and we will be able to develop them accordingly. After we have policies, we need to talk about the importance of having institutional reforms to support women who are engaged in different activities or different economic activities. When we talk about institutions, we're talking about the local development or local government structure. I think I've mentioned it. The cooperation between the traditional leaders and I don't know if you have councils, we have a different structure that can work together, materials and so forth, in a mindset that has been changed. Whilst we are here, I think one of the strategies that we can maybe adopt from what we do in Botswana, we can't have a conference here when the rural women are not outside selling their crafts, selling their products and all that. I was saying to myself, where are the rural to their products? Talking about agriculture, I want to just say maybe when we have time we can expand on this, because in terms of building value chains around agriculture in Botswana, we introduced agro-tourism. So if tourism is a sector that you're really interested in, you can venture into agro-tourism, then we can share some notes on how to do that. We want to start seeing people visit your villages, visit the farms. In the farms, they do activities that they get interested into and give them that experience as they connect with the people. So there's also importance in providing support for women to enterprise, not just to do activities for survival, but to enterprise. Apart from just providing training, and we know that some of the training, maybe it's suitable for the educated, training materials and training curriculum and mentorship and coaching and assist the women to develop their projects into bankable projects without having to struggle to try to do that for themselves, so they can access funds and other inputs. Legal support is very critical, because when they start entering into business, they need to know what is the legal requirements and what is the legal issues that surround that. In Botswana, when we started working on empowering women businesses and enforcing that every conference and every event must have a marketplace for rural women's activities, there is a law that we passed, I think 2 years ago when I was still in Parliament, about procurement. Let them produce, help them to produce. The government would give them a lot of, incentives, including, interest-free loans and grants and so forth. But they will produce products. Where will they sell them? So the procurement law compelled companies and the government to buy from these people. So what are the deliberate things that you are going to do to make sure that products reach, the market through the law and other promotional, activities? We also need to make sure that we provide a place for women to play key roles, in the different interventions. Treatment and mindset about them being weaker and stuff like that, sometimes they are neglected. I want to women, we find that They will lose confidence and self-worth, self-esteem. Somebody who doesn't have that confidence, you tell them, come and do business, they won't even know or feel like they can. They don't feel like they have that strength. They will not be resilient. They will not hit doors and boldly enter spaces because of that lack of, self-esteem, lack of, confidence. We need to see how we can connect women entrepreneurs, especially rural women. You want to bring them to Abuja. A lot of them will say, Abuja, feeling shy and stuff like that. How can we bring out that boldness, inside of them so that they can venture out, even go abroad? I know Nigeria has got that spirit, but sometimes maybe we have not given that to maybe a rural-based women. I'm going to end up by saying that when I looked at this brand shield, and I'm talking about the women, the S goes for save her. Please protect her. Make sure she feels like she's safe with you as the husband, with you as the son, with you as a fellow woman, with you as a daughter, a neighbor, a business corporate. She must feel secure, so save her, please. And you save her because we believe in her, and you also acknowledge that you need her. Harness her, that's the H, harness. Women are so talented that their talents can just run over the place like popcorns. So harnessing means channel them to a cause, channel them to a business, channel them to a certain way. A cow or what, you want to, even your children, growing and breeding your children, you are actually harnessing them. You want them to have certain behavior. You want them to think in a certain way, futuristic thinking. You want them to have a certain character and attitude. You want your children to get to a certain place in their future and destiny, so you need to be channeling them. A woman is talented, multifaceted. They can do a lot of things, but we need to channel them and say, woman, you can be a star. You can actually have your business. You can be a star, and you can be, a brand, and we can be celebrated. So we need to harness them so that, when a woman is angry sometimes, how they speak. We want to harness the character of a woman. So let's not be annoyed or intimidated by this character of its strength coming in a different way, but we can actually channel it to a certain, a cause. Where are we? Invest in her. In everything that we can. We talk about inputs, we talk about funding, we talk about support, but invest in her discovering herself. We have churches, people, they are preached to and so forth. We want to make sure that we can speak to the inner woman inside of her to be able to come up. So we are investing in her soul as well in terms of, empowering herself. Finally, empower and elevate her. Let me talk about elevation, because we want to see that woman moving from one place to the next level, one place to the broader level, one place to a greater level, one place into her future. So let's work towards making sure. You should be able to say, I contributed to building these women from where they were in the rural area. Here they are global traders. So you must be able to focus on elevating her and just love her. If you love me, you are going to be able to love a woman easily. My sister and I, her Excellency, we just said, neighbors for life. That's love coming so freely. We are neighbors for life. We are soon to be sisters. And together we are going to join our minds and our experience to build other women in this continent. Africa is awaiting. Nigeria, you are the best for Africa to benchmark. Let your women get out there, inspire other women. Here at the mission of Botswana, one of the things that we are prioritizing is to connect so that women enterprises, especially small-scale micro-enterprises, can rise. And we want to learn from you, and we think we can learn from each other. Thank you very much.
We can do better. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Wow, such impactful session. Harness her, love her. Can we give Her Excellency a round of applause? Thank you, Ma. An ambassador par excellence, an astute administrator, a woman with pedigree and excellence. She is reputed to have injected new vitality and energy into her post and raised the level of interaction between two countries, Nigeria and Singapore, in several areas. She has a 500-hectare farm and currently working on an industrial farm project. To take us on this special address, harnessing Africa's agricultural value for business growth and job creation, is no other person than Her Excellency Ambassador Noye B. Dirajis, MFR, former High Commissioner, Nigeria to Singapore. You're welcome, Ma. Thank you so much for your patience.
You know, I love that word, love her. And it's the love we have for her that kept us here. I haven't been out in the last 2 weeks. My mom has been in the hospital. It's only the love we have for each other that brought me thus far, and that I can sit out here by this time. So, Mama, we love you. We'll continue to share the love among ourselves. Hallelujah. I was thinking I could avoid that word, but unfortunately, I can't. Sorry. It has to slip off. Yeah. Good evening. Unfortunately, diplomats are trained not to stand on existing protocol because you could be standing on a faulty protocol. So I would like to take my protocol in 1 minute, especially for one reason. Good evening. The Royal Highness is here again, but more importantly, I'm taking this protocol to honor the convener of this great conference, an esteemed woman of God, our own Mrs. Osenega Michael Orokbo. And for me, it's exciting to honor her because most of the time when we hear the women of God and hear pastor's wife, they are used to answering mama and just sitting around. But this mama is a working mama. I'm sure you can testify to that. All right. Your Excellency, esteemed resource persons, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I know our time is fast spent, but I want to concur and believe that indeed it is time for us to maximize, manifest our greatness and potential as a people. It is time to not only echo our problems, but it is time to provide sustainable solution for food security through youth and women empowerment. I believe that this is why we are all gathered here today. We are not only potential carriers, but we're solution carriers, and we are solution providers. It is therefore an honor and a great privilege to address this auspicious gathering on a topic of profound interest to me personally and of utmost importance to African future. As the MC said, I am a lover of agriculture. I want to be a diplomat turned into a farmer. That is my last journey, and that is my earnest cry and earnest prayer that God will make me a farmer for the rural area to impact our women and our youths. And I told God, if you don't bless me again, the only blessings I need is for these agricultural products and projects that will impact life of the youths and the women is being fulfilled in my time. And it is my prayer that we're going to see it happen. I've been given a topic, harnessing Africans' agricultural value chain for growth, for business growth and job creation. A lot has been said, so I'm going to be brief. As we gather under the theme, Advancing Sustainable Development in Africa, integrating solutions for food security, poverty through youth and women empowerment, we recognize that Africa's agricultural sector holds an immense potential for transformation. Agriculture in Africa is not only a resource, it's not only a source for food, but also a critical economic driver, empowering more than 60% of the continent workforce and contributing nearly 23% to sub-Saharan African GDP. However, to unlock the full potential, we must strengthen agricultural value chains across the continent to improve productivity, increase profitability, and create jobs. In my address, I will discuss key strategies for strengthening Africa's agricultural value chain with a particular focus on 3 essential areas: strengthening agricultural value chains across Africa, improving productivity and increasing profitability in agriculture, connecting smallholder farmers to local and international markets, strengthening agricultural value chain across Africa. I used to hear a lot about value chains, and I didn't understand what that meant. I thought value chain is different value, like, cassava has gari, flour, and all that. But recently I found out that that's just not the meaning and the full meaning. So for those of you who were like me, I just want to give you a brief definition of what it means when we talk about value chain, because my topic is to deal with how to strengthen the value chain for economic growth and for empowering the youths and the women. The agricultural value chain refers to the series of activities and processes involved in production, processing, distribution, marketing, and its products. This value chain encompasses all the steps from cultivation to their final use by consumers. The following are some of the stages we have in the value chain. The inputs, supply itself, the farming proper, the processing stage, transportation and distribution, marketing and sales, and then the final stage is consumption. The efficiency and the profitability of the value chain depends on factors such as technology adoption, infrastructure, market access, and government policies. Improving any part of this chain leads to better economic income for farmers and enhanced food security for the communities. Each stage is vital, yet the weak link in the chain often hinders growth. I would like to say that to highlight some of the strategic areas through which we can strengthen the value chains in agriculture. One is investing in infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses. We had so many speakers say here that because of the way we do agriculture, some of the times our rural small farmers, from the time they carry their fruits or carry their products from their farm to the market space, they lose some of them. Somebody talked about how he bought a full load of, I think it was mango for 100 and something or 1,000 something. That is because of some of these problems that we're going to be dealing with. this afternoon. Investing in infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses. Across Africa, inadequate infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, limits farmers' access to markets and leads to sustainable post-harvest losses. The Food and Agricultural Organization estimates that 30 to 50% of food produced in sub-Saharan Africa is lost before it reaches consumers due to poor transportation, storage, processing facilities. In monetary terms, this is a loss of about $4 billion annually, and that is not a joke. By investing in road network, storage facilities, and cold chains, we can significantly reduce these losses and ensure more food reaches market, benefiting farmers and consumers alike. Enhancing access to financing for small and medium-sized enterprises. Agricultural SMEs play a crucial role in processing, packaging, distributing products, yet they face considerable barriers for finance. A lot has been said about that already today. A report by the African Development Bank shows that there is a $65 billion annual financing gap for Africa's agro businesses. That's a lot as well. We're trying to bridge this gap, and we're going to see what it takes to bridge them. Providing affordable credit and financial products tailored to small and medium-sized enterprises can help bridge this gap. Fostering growth in local processing and distribution sectors and enhancing overall value chain efficiency. I remember one of the questions here, one of the farmers from Edo asked is how to harness the processing of this, some of our crops. I was sharing with my colleague a while ago. I said I was in the US and I bought a cashew nut, and that cashew nut was made by Olam. His Excellency, His Royal Highness also mentioned Olam. I'm sure all of you know Olam in Nigeria. They have a lot of products from rice to a lot of crops. And I saw that cashew nut, and it was written Olam, made in India. Meanwhile, that cashew nut came from Nigeria. Most of them actually came from a factory in Kwara and some in Imo State. But because we don't have the process, we don't add value to our crops, the investors come and take it and change it, and they relabel it. That cashew nut was not from India, although the owners and the investors are from India and Singaporeans, but those are our products. So we learn to add values to some of these products before we can take them out of the country. We go outside London, US, we buy chocolate. Some of them are cocoa they bought from Ibadan and from of the southwest western states. So I believe that with what Shield Africa is doing and a lot of other people, we're going to be able to add values to our products and don't just allow investors and foreigners to just take them and move with them, and they make more money. You sell them maybe cashew nut for maybe 5,000 naira, they turn it into 10,000 or what in dollars, because they've added a value and they are processed it to meet the international standard. So we're going to stop that the way we do agriculture. Improving productivities and profitability in agriculture. Increasing productivity is essential for Africa to meet its food security needs. Reducing poverty and stimulates economic growth. Here, I would like to explore 3 critical strategies to improve productivity and increase profitability. Implementing sustainable farming practices and climate-smart agriculture. Climate change poses significant threats. My colleague said it a while ago to African agriculture, especially in the rural area, with rising temperature, unpredicted rainfalls, and frequent drought in our region. According to the World Bank, agricultural productivity in sub-Saharan Africa could decrease by up to 50% by 2050. That is very frightening, and it is my prayer that we mitigate that and stop it from happening due to climate change. Climate-smart agricultural practices such as conservation tillage, agroforestry and water-efficient irrigation can help farmers adapt to changing climate conditions. Study shows that adopting climate-smart techniques can improve crops yield by 10 to 20% while reducing greenhouse gas emission, supporting both productivity and environmental sustainability. Improving access to high-quality seeds and inputs. I want to give an example, especially in this area. This last farming season, we from my community, by the grace of God, I don't know how they picked me as the president of my community foundation. So during the farming season, one of the things we did was to empower our farmers with qualitative seeds. In this case, it was cassava and I think it was corn. There is different species of cassava that you can grow. The output, it's amazing. So one of the things we did was to give them different cassava that has a higher yield to maximize their production and their profitability from it. And we're actually in the process of bringing some experts from Thailand. They are #1 in the world. They do what we call mechanized farming. And that's a way they do their cassava and their crops, that instead of farming cassava once a year, you can farm all through the year and with a better yield. So those are the kind of things that we're going to be partnering with Shield Africa to see what we can do for our country and our various states. Expanding access to extension services and agricultural training. A lot has been said about that. Agricultural extension services are crucial for transferring knowledge on modern farming techniques. Yes, they are often lacking across rural African states. Currently, there is one extension worker for every 4,000 farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, far below the recommended ratio of 1 to 500. You can imagine the deficits, and we're going to bridge that gap by the grace of God. By investing in agricultural education and training programs, particularly for youth and women, we can empower farmers to adopt best practices, improve productivity, and increase profitability. Digital platforms such as Kenya's DigiFarm have also played a significant role in reaching farmers with valuable information, reaching over 1.3 million farmers across the country. Connecting smallhold farmers to local and international markets, a lot has been said on that. Connecting small farmers to markets enable them to sell their products at a fair price, ensuring their hard work results in tangible economic benefits. You can imagine that woman that just dashed away her products because she has no access to markets. You can imagine what that meant to her. So, but we are still saying and believing God that those gaps are why we're here, to see how we can mitigate it and make sure that they maximize not only their potential, but the profits they're supposed to gain. Here I will discuss 3 strategies for facilitating market access, which is basically one of the reasons why we don't see local farmers thrive or get them interested in farming. Expanding access to expanding markets, access to market information through digital platform, strengthening cooperative model for collective bargaining. Smallhold farmers face significant challenges in negotiating fair prices when acting alone. I'm sure a lot of us know that cooperative is the name of the game. That there is an adage in my language that when you urinate together, it foams. I don't know how to translate it in English. That's actually what cooperative is all about. When you have cooperative, you see individuals that are sharing responsibility, sharing their passion, sharing the risk, and making better profits out of that venture. Small farmers face significant challenges in negotiating fair prices when acting alone. Cooperative models enables them to pool resources, share risk, and negotiate better prices for their goods. In Ethiopia, for example, the coffee cooperatives have increased farmers' income by up to 35%. That is the power of cooperative through collective bargaining. By strengthening cooperative, we can enable farmers to access larger markets and benefit from economies of scale, improving their income and livelihood and security. Expanding access to export market through quality standard. We talked about that with with my colleagues that were discussing during the break. Africa holds a competitive advantage in various high-value crops, including cocoa, coffee, and horticultural products. However, strict international quality standard often limits export potential for smallholders farmers. By providing training on meeting international standard, we can expand access to lucrative global market. For instance, Ghana Cocoa Board initiative have helped cocoa farmers meet export standard, contributing 2 billion in annual export. That's Ghana just next door. I'm sure Nigeria can do better. Such programs should be expanded to other crops and regions to unlock growth potential for Africa's agricultural exports. Like I told people, I'm not sure whether you're aware that Nigeria is the #1 producer of cassava in the whole world, but yet we do not process or export anything from that cassava. Why? Because of the way we do our farming. We're looking forward that all this will change by the grace of God and by our own inputs and participation, which is why we're here. To unlock this potential, we need policies that prioritize women's and youth access to credit. We've heard so much about how lack of access to funding impacts the local farmers, technology, and markets access. Capacity building and training programs should target more women and youths. Value chain development initiative should address gender and age barriers. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's agricultural sector is indeed a powerhouse waiting to be unleashed. By strengthening value chains, improving productivity, and expanding market access, we can create robust, sustainable agricultural systems that foster business growth, job creation, and food security. More importantly, these efforts empowers our youths and women, positioning them as key drivers in our agricultural transformation. The path forward requires collaboration between governments, financial institutions, the private sectors, and our communities and our elders, chiefs, as we have seen them make that commitment. By the time we broaden it, I'm sure that we will have a milestone. Let us work together to build an Africa where every farmer has access to resources, knowledge, markets needed to thrive. In doing so, we can unlock the full potential of our agricultural sector, creating a prosperous, resilient future for generations yet unborn. It is my prayer tonight that we will leave here tonight with a renewed mindset. I'm sure we had somebody talk about mindset. Everything is all about mindset. They used to think that the farming is for the old and for the rural people. We have to make agriculture attractive by also engaging with the new technologies that make it attractive for our youths. It's a digital world, so it's no longer, agriculture is no longer the things for our mothers and our grandmothers. So it is my prayer that we have that mindset, to have a renewed hope and commitment to do our part, just like Shield Africa is doing their part in harnessing Africa's agricultural value chain for business growth, job creation, and Africa's agricultural future. Thank you, and God bless you.
Here's another round of applause as she goes to take her seat. Strengthening value chains, improving productivity, and renewing mindset. Some of the very key points that she raised is important that we not only produce, but maximize the potential of the things that we produce so that we can get the highest value for money and approach things completely differently. If the incentives are there, more people will get into agriculture. And one of the greatest incentives is the increase in the value of what we produce. Thank you very much, Madam. We appreciate your very interesting worldview. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving quickly to our next goodwill message, a brief goodwill message, we would like to welcome an administrator, an academic, a public servant, a former vice-chancellor, and the historic first female deputy governor of Adamawa State, Professor Kaletapwa Farauta, ably represented by Dr. Adeshwa Ogli. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause as she comes to give her present a goodwill message? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I bring you greetings from Her Excellency and our apologies also for not being able to make it here. Congratulations, Mrs. Oropo, and congratulations to everyone present here. I will just be reading her address as sent in by her. Keynote address delivered by Her Excellency Professor Kaletapwa George Farauta. Collaborating for women's empowerment, maximizing the impact of government NGO partnership for sustainable development. Introduction. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and all champions of sustainable development gathered here today. I am honored to join you at Shield Africa's inaugural summit, an event dedicated to addressing the urgent challenges of food, insecurity, poverty, and empowerment. Today, I'm here to discuss a critical element in advancing sustainable development, that is, collaborative partnerships between government and non-governmental organizations for women empowerment. For Africa to reach its potential in achieving inclusive, sustainable development, the empowerment of women, especially in rural areas, must be at the forefront. Women make up to 50% of the agricultural workforce in Africa and drive a significant part of the continent's economy. Yet, they often face profound challenges due to limited access to resources, training, and financial support. Almost everyone who has come here to speak today has talked about this. Government NGO partnerships provide path forward, creating impactful solutions that can empower women and in turn drive sustainable development. I will be looking at this and talking about how the role of partnerships in empowering women in rural areas can be beneficial to the farmers. 1, creating access to essential resources. Effective partnerships between government and NGOs provide essential resources to women in rural areas who often lack access to fundamental assets such as land, capital, and technology. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, if women had the same access to productive resources as men, they would increase their farm yields by 20 to 30%, leading to greater food security and poverty reduction across Africa. Yet, due to structural barriers, women remain marginalized in terms of ownership and control over resources. Through partnerships, governments and NGOs can pool resources to bridge this gap. For instance, initiatives like Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, Partnership for Inclusive Agricultural Transformation in Africa, PEATA, All these initiatives work with government, private sector partners, and NGOs to provide smallholder women farmers with access to improved seeds, fertilizers, and farming technologies. The support has helped over 11 million smallholder farmers in Africa increase their yield and income. By aligning such initiatives with government resources and policy support, we can ensure that women in rural communities have a sustainable pathway to economic stability. Strengthening women's property and land rights. Ownership of land is a fundamental right, yet it remains a challenge for many women in Africa. Studies indicate that 20% of landholders in Africa are women, limiting their economic independence and potential. Government NGO partnerships can address this inequality by creating and enforcing legal frameworks that protect women's land rights. Programs like the Women Land Rights Initiative, Landesa, collaborate with local governments to provide legal assistance and advocacy, empowering women to secure and retain land ownership, which is critical to farming and other economic activities. Capacity building and skill development. One of the most effective ways to empower women economically is through skill development. Partnerships between government and NGOs have successfully provided training programs that enable women to develop skills in agriculture, business management, and digital literacy. For example, the Africa Women in Agriculture Research and Development Award Program offers tailored training for women in the agricultural sector, enhancing their scientific and leadership skills. Since its inception, Award has trained over 2,000 African scientists whose contributions have led to advancements in agricultural practices and food security. Through training programs, government NGO partnerships can equip women with practical knowledge and confidence, enhancing their productivity and ability to participate in economic decision-making. Moreover, when women gain these skills, they can mentor others, and thereby creating a ripple effect of empowerment in their communities. When you train a woman, you are training the community. Access to financial services and support networks. Access to credit and financial services is another area where partnerships are crucial. According to the World Bank data, only 37% of women in sub-Saharan Africa have bank accounts, compared to 47% of men. Without financial inclusion, women are often unable to invest in their businesses or expand their farms. Government NGO collaborations, such as One Acre Fund, have improved financial access by providing women with credit and saving products tailored to their needs. Someone said if you have to tailor your solutions to what the people want. And this is exactly what One Acre Fund has done, tailoring financial solutions to exactly what the women want. By integrating digital solutions like mobile banking and microfinance, these partnerships can reach women even in the most remote areas, providing them with essential financial tools. Supporting women-led enterprises and market access. Our Excellency talked about what is done in Botswana. Every conference must have women selling their stock outside. That is creating access to markets. So women-led enterprises are a powerful force for economic growth and social development. However, women entrepreneurs, particularly in rural areas, often struggle to access markets. Partnerships can play a vital role in establishing and expanding these connections. For example, She Trades, a global initiative by the International Trade Center, ITC, connects women entrepreneurs with international markets, helping them to grow their businesses. By working with government trade ministries, She Trades has empowered thousands of women in Africa to export their goods and increase their income. Additionally, government policies can reinforce these efforts by providing tax incentives, streamlined regulatory processes, and trade facilitation measures for women-led businesses. When women can access broader markets, they contribute not only to their household income, but also to local economies, creating a sustainable impact that benefits the entire community. Environmental sustainability and climate resilience. Sustainable economic development must also address climate resilience, particularly as rural women often bear the brunt of climate change's effects. Government NGO partnerships focused on sustainable practices in agriculture, such as agroforestry, water conservation, can help build resilience in women-led farming enterprises. Programs like the UN Women's Climate Smart Agriculture work with local governments to promote sustainable techniques that enhance productivity while protecting the environment. Through such initiatives, women gain the knowledge to adapt to climate changes, ensuring that their economic gains are sustainable and that they can continue to support their family and their communities. In conclusion, as we move forward, it is essential to recognize that empowering women is not just a moral imperative. It is a strategic choice for sustainable development. If there must be sustainable development, then women must be empowered in order to be able to drive this sustainable development. By strengthening partnerships between governments and NGOs, we can break down the barriers that women face in accessing resources, training, and economic opportunities. These partnerships not only enhance the resilience of rural communities, but also contribute to a more inclusive and sustainable economy. I urge us to prioritize these collaborations, for in empowering women, we are investing in a prosperous and resilient future for Africa. Thank you very much.
Please put your hand together. Thank you very much for that very important presentation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally come to know how many of the 2 million naira checks I will be taking home.
I will be taking. So now we'll call this bottom pots. Bottom pots in laid-back Nigerian language is that part. You know when you cook jollof rice? That part that is in between the buns part, that's very sweet. Now is that time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into the announcement of the winners of the Shield Africa Summit 2024 Agripreneur Grants. Can you put your hands together? Now, I want to state that, number one, I would like us to really, and when I ask her to stand up, I would like her to really celebrate her, because these grants are not being funded by the government, they are not being funded by the UN or any Africa president to begin the process of presenting and announcing the. Is that how you clap? I will seize your check if you win. Thank you very much, madam.
All right. A very big thank you, every one of you, for your patience thus far. And indeed, we have come to the bottom of the pot. I do not know if Simon is connected, because we had a panel of judges that sat together over the last couple of weeks to review the inputs, the entries which we received. So I want Simon in the next 30 seconds. Which we received. So I want Simon in the next 30 seconds. Is Simon connected? Right. So let's listen to Simon. Right. So let's listen to Simon. It's connecting all the way from Greece. So it was a large team of people who really made the decision. I tried to not be part of All right. While they try, I think I'll just go ahead with explaining the process. If Simon is able to adapting climate smart technology in their production and indeed have very high prospects of causing transformation in the agricultural sector. We have 3 top winners today, and are you ready to hear these 3 names? All right. The very first winner is all the way from Ekiti. Ayodele Olakunle Okpeyemi from the Roof Enterprises. Please put your hands together for him.
Ayodele,
put your hands
here?
together for him. Yes. I think that's the face I saw.
Yeah, here he comes.
Put your hands together for him as he comes all the way. He came all the way from Ekiti. He's doing amazing. He's doing amazing. Ayodele, at this point in time, I would like to invite Her Excellencies, Ambassador Filda Keren and Ambassador Noyebid Rajis. Please, mummies, come up stage and join us in celebrating these young minds who are already doing so much and have very great potential of changing agriculture for Nigeria and agriculture for Africa. Please, can I invite the COO, Shield Africa, Prince Mobare, to please come also on stage.
Stand up for the champions, stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up.
Beautiful. Congratulations. Congratulations. How do you feel?
And when I fall down,
he can't explain it. Why am I echoing?
And when I fall down,
Trying to process it.
I have to pick myself
He's trying to process it. Put your hands together once again for him. Very brilliant application. We celebrate you. The second winner, all the way from Kaduna. Put your hands together for Adam Cynthia Yemi from YAC Farms and Food. Adam Cynthia Yemi, put your hands together all the way from Kaduna. We celebrate you and we applaud you for what you are doing in the agricultural sector. Yes.
stand up for the champions, for the champion. Vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Congratulations, Adam Cynthia. I feel overwhelmed. Oh, she feels overwhelmed. Celebrate her one more time. Celebrate her. And we have the final winner of 2 million naira grants to scale up their agribusiness all the way from here, Abuja. Celebrate Isa Sunday Ojonuba from Ijoba Farmer. Celebrate him, celebrate him. I think that's the young man there. Yes. I remember your face. Put your hands together for him. He's doing incredibly well. You will get so much more information about their agro businesses in due season. Congratulations, congratulations.
And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
Congratulations, can we have all 3 winners? Come.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Congratulations. God bless you. One more time. Reward.
For the champions, stand up.
Hello, hello. All right, thank you very much. We just wanted to, just a few words from the winners tonight. How does it feel? How did you hear, but very quickly in a few seconds, how did you hear about Shield Africa? How was the process and how do you feel now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I heard about Shield Africa from a friend's status on WhatsApp, and I immediately applied. The application process was beautiful. I went through. I've had a lot of applications, so I didn't really feel something would come then. When it came next, I followed the process, and I bless God for where I am now, and I'm happy. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And so, okay, so go ahead with her.
Congratulations. So how did you hear about Shield Africa, and how was the application process?
I got to hear it. I got to hear about it from a friend, and he said, you should try and apply for this game and see what will happen, because you have potentials. And I did. I went through the process, and here I am today. And I'm very happy. I'm very overwhelmed. And I thank the Shield Africa on behalf of me and the farmers. We thank you very much, and we promise we will not disappoint you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And so the final gentleman, same question. You seem exceptionally peaceful and happy. First of all, will you share your 2 million with me?
All right, I got to hear about Shield Africa from our Young Farmers Hub group. So the program was posted on the group. So I saw the entry, so I said, okay, let me try it. So I applied and follow up with the process. So I'm here today. I'm very grateful for the organizer of this event. I'm very grateful to you, Ma. Apostle Michael Oropo is my mentor. So I'm very happy to be here and to receive this award. Thank you very much to everybody. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
All right, congratulations.
Have one more photo shoot. Are we done with the photos? Yes, thank you, winners. Congratulations. If you know you applied for this grant, let me see your hand up. How many are you? Let's have an interaction afterwards. It would be nice to connect. Let's see afterwards. Thank you. We really want to, on behalf of the board of Shield Africa Sustainability and Development Initiative, thank everyone. First of all, we thank God Almighty. We thank our incredible staff, from the COO to the officers and the managers across different functions that have worked tirelessly to see the summit successful. Before we go on with thanking you, I really want to thank all our invited guests. Let's put our hands together for Ambassador Nonye B.D. Rajes as she takes her leave. We honor you and thank you so much, Her Excellency. Have a pleasant evening and a pleasant weekend. We want to thank all our speakers for honoring our invitations. Thank you all so much. Again, we want to thank the team for their hard work. I want to thank especially the team of volunteers. There were numerous, hundreds of volunteers to see the success to see the success of this conference. We want to thank you for your contributions. And lastly, I want to thank my family. They've been here since morning. My biggest sister, Honorable Mrs. Linda Ediri, she's here. My big sister, Tonya, she's also here. Onoja. My big sister, Osemelome Omoriyi, is also here. My sister, Joy, is also here, and her husband, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Okweke. Thank you very much for your huge support. Thank you for coming all the way to see and celebrate with us in Shield Africa. Thank you all so much for your amazing inputs. This is not the end. This is only the beginning of the greater things that we will see in the African agricultural landscape through Shield Africa. It's been a pleasant inaugural summit. Look forward to all of our programs. Please follow us on social media, on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and continue to connect to what we're doing. For those of you who want to discuss some other opportunities, please reach out and we'll be happy to discuss. Until next time, it's been an amazing summit. Thank you all, and have a beautiful evening and a pleasant weekend. Thank you.
Please, all the winners, we would need you in front here for a quick interview. Media, can you bring your camera so we can interview them? All the winners, we will need you immediately. Thank you. All the winners, please, we will need you. Media, we need a camera and all of that so that we can have a quick interview. Thank you. Then,
soldier, yes,